hago una prueba, conto hasta 10 o está bien.
No, estamos bien, sí lo escucho súper bien.
Muy bien, pero yo voy a hablar en inglés, ¿ya?
Vale, perfecto, no hay problema. It's okay.
Fantástico. Y en ese momento no escucho nada en la sala.
No, tenemos la sala muteada porque está llegando la gente.
Ok, pero yo quiero escuchar lo que dice, ¿no?
Claro, claro, eso se va a transmitir, no hay problema.
Muy bien, gracias. Y
Vale,
mejor
nada.
que dejo el vídeo off hasta que yo hablo, ¿no?
Si quieren, no habría problema igual.
No, mejor que lo saco así que hasta que hablo me puedo mover o tomar agua o lo que sea.
Exacto, mejor.
Ok, gracias.
Vale. De nada.
Gracias.
Gracias a
Chao.
usted. Chao.
Not, I don't have the. We don't have. Can I use something different? Bueno. Okay. Declaro abierta la reunión.
I call to order the special meeting of the Economic and Social Council.
Excelentísimo señor
Your Excellency, Alberto van Claveren Stork, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile,
señor presidente de la Corte Suprema de Chile,
President of the Supreme Court of Chile,
honorables ministros y ministras,
Honorable Ministers,
excelencias,
Your Excellencies,
distinguidas delegaciones,
distinguished delegates,
queridos colegas,
dear colleagues,
sean todos muy bienvenidos.
you're all very welcome.
Nos complace dar la bienvenida
It is my
a
pleasure
Santiago.
to welcome you all to Santiago. It is my pleasure to welcome participants to Santiago to participate in this special meeting on the future of work towards a productive, inclusive, and sustainable global society, which is convened pursuant to ECOSOC Decision 2024/302. Before we proceed, I invite you to view an introductory video.
A continuación, formularé una declaración.
I will now deliver my opening statement.
Presidente de la Corte Suprema de Chile,
President of the Supreme Court of Chile,
de Relaciones Exteriores,
Minister of Foreign Affairs,
excelentísimo señor Alberto van Claveren,
Your Excellency Alberto van Claveren,
Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, excelentísimo
Executive
señor
Secretary
José Manuel
of
Salazar,
ECLAC, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar,
distinguidos embajadores,
distinguished ambassadors,
autoridades del sistema de las
distinguished
Naciones Unidas,
authorities of the UN
queridos
system,
invitados,
distinguished
señoras y
guests,
señores.
ladies and gentlemen.
Es para mí un placer dar
It
la
is
bienvenida
a pleasure for me to welcome you all to Santiago
para esta reunión especial
for this
del
special
Consejo
meeting of the
Económico y
Economic and
Social.
Social Council.
Hace 73 años,
73 years
Hernán
ago,
Santa Cruz,
Hernan
presidente
Santa
del
Cruz,
Consejo,
the president
declaró en
of the
esta
council,
misma ciudad
declared in this same
que
city
difícilmente podremos cumplir
that it would be difficult for us to
encomendados por la
meet
Carta de
the
las Naciones
duties
Unidas
that we have to
porque
under the
los
UN Charter
diputados
if
no comprenden que no
delegates
son
do not
únicamente
understand that they are just representatives of their
sino
countries
todas las
and,
naciones
and also
de la
representatives of
Tierra.
the entire United Nations.
Hoy, la cordillera de los Andes
Today,
es testigo que somos
we
sus
can see
herederas y
here
herederos.
that we have
Que las
inherited
naciones del
this
mundo
legacy
pueden empezar
that
a pensar
the nations
juntas
of the
en
world
problemas comunes de
can
nuestro
focus
planeta.
together on our common
Somos
problems.
herederas y herederos
We have
de esa
inherited
generación que en
this
1951
the legacy of this generation
dieron voz
that
al Consejo
in
Económico y Social.
1951 held
Y aunque
that
los
first
temas que
meeting
enfrentamos son
in
diferentes,
Santiago.
coincidimos. Como Santa Cruz
Even though
insistió,
we may be different, as Hernan Santa Cruz said, we need to engage in cooperation to solve our common problems. Today, we need to honor his legacy as members of ECOSOC, and indeed for those who will work after us. We inherited their legacy because we believe in the future. We must ensure that we do this also for those who come after us, to ensure that they do not forget that we need to raise the voice of the Council and ensure that it can be transformative in its work. That is why we have decided to bring the work of the Council from New York once again to the South, so that we can ensure that our comprehensive global political dialogue actually reflects the regional and national priorities, and that our thoughts and considerations can contribute to the work of those who are responsible for policy at all levels. Uncertainty has characterized our age. We are seeing that the global environment is very complex. We have the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, but at the moment we are leaving more than half the world behind. We need to undertake urgent measures to ensure that we can change the situation, and we can only do that together. As Gabriela Mistral said, work is our most effective means of achieving this. We need to ensure that the measures we take are fully in line with the agenda and also focusing on the future of work, which is a source of dignity and pride, but nevertheless facing many threats. Decent work, the establishment of decent jobs, social protection, social dialogue, these are all comprehensive parts of the new 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We need to look at the figures with a degree of hope. Unemployment still continued to fall globally in 2023, reaching pre-pandemic levels in all countries except the low-income countries. However, even though the figures are showing us one story, the reality sometimes can be quite different, because sometimes people are facing rather a painful situation. We have seen that the reduction in the unemployment level doesn't necessarily represent the availability of opportunities, and that there is a lack of formal opportunities in many areas of the labor market. This is a negative spiral that particularly affects the most vulnerable parts of our society. In 2023, women, young people, and migrants continued to have relatively low rates of participation in the labor market. The youth unemployment rate is more than 3 times higher than the adult unemployment rate. And this is particularly characteristic of low-income countries, and it is estimated that men's participation in the labor market in 2025 will be 25% higher than that for women. We can and must do better. Even though the gender gap has closed, it still remains far too high. About 241 million workers lived in extreme poverty last year. This situation has been made worse by lower salaries and poor living conditions, as well as high rates of inflation and the high cost of living, which is something that needs to be addressed urgently. Colleagues, we have all inherited the legacy of a past of those who looked at the importance of the labor market, and we must ensure that we do the same today. We need to understand that generating decent jobs is the best hope of a prosperous future. We need to increase investment to establish more decent jobs, and we need to ensure that there is greater additional financial assistance and technical cooperation that can complement national resources to create better job opportunities and access to social protection. We need to work together to counter the trend for informal opportunities, and to ensure that people have access to safe, decent work contracts. We must also navigate through the changing labor market. We have seen that there has been increasing uncertainty as a result of rapid technological change and new forms of production. These are all having a radical impact already on the labor market. We must ensure that we have an ethical approach and an approach that focuses on justice. Focusing on access to technology is critical if we are to ensure that everybody can participate in the new digital economy. We must also ensure that we are not just at the service of innovation. Innovation has to help humanity and help us to build a better future, to harness the opportunities established by technology. The ILO, in its report for this year, has stated that in spite of the wave of digital innovation, including AI, the demand for new skills and barriers of entry have been major obstacles to prevent the adoption of and the availability of new opportunities in the labor market, particularly in developing countries. Particularly with the current geopolitical tensions, these barriers appear to be even more significant. We must ensure that we look critically at digital innovation and ensure that it helps people. There is a world of opportunities out there, but there are also uncertainties and disadvantages. Let us move forward, but together. We need to better understand the motors of change to bring about appropriate responses to ensure that we can establish decent jobs in these new conditions and address the negative social consequences, particularly for the most vulnerable in our society. While we focus on ensuring that people have the tools that they require, we must ensure that these tools are also inclusive. We have established new technologies, but we have also left barriers that need to be overcome. We need to ensure that we include older persons, women, children, people with disabilities, people with low skill sets. They all need to be part of this new future. We must move forward in establishing an economy of care that changes the current relations of power, that only perpetuates the current gender gap in the economy of care. We must ensure that there is appropriate economic empowerment available for women. Dear colleagues, of course, this is a significant task that we have to overcome. We need to take substantial measures. ECOSOC, with the same strong voice that was heard in 1951, with the various fora that we have today, remains committed to step up measures that will allow us to pool our efforts to establish solutions to these new challenges. These 2 days are a significant opportunity for us to build on this legacy of sincere dialogue and ensure that we can build the future of work that our people deserve. What will be the effect of new technologies such as AI? How can we broaden social and job opportunities? How can we bring about new opportunities even for the most vulnerable people in our societies? For Hannah Arendt, the conditions of work established in this work can help us to overcome these challenges and can help us to build the future of our world. Before concluding, I would like publicly to express my sincere thanks, in particular to ECLAC, through the Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar, and UNDP through the Regional Director Michel Musquet. Without them, this would not have been possible. I would also like to thank the Chilean Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alberto Van Claveren, as well as DSG Mohammed, for their commitment. And I'd like to thank the Minister for being here today and for supporting us throughout this journey to make this meeting a reality. I would also like to sincerely thank all of my colleagues in the ECOSOC Bureau, all of our vice presidents, and all member states, all stakeholders, experts, civil society who have joined us today and have helped us to ensure that this country, with its magnificent backdrop, can be a host for this meeting today. That is the welcome that I wanted to give you. And 73 years on from that first meeting in 1951, we can consider the future of work to help us build a better future for all nations. Thank you. It is my honor now to invite His Excellency Alberto van Claveren Stork, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, to address the meeting. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. President of the Chilean Supreme Court, Ricardo Blanco Herrera, ministers, Minister Camila Vallejo, distinguished delegates, ministers, Madam President of the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, Ambassador Paula Narvaez, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar, representatives of accredited diplomatic commissions here in Chile, members of the Economic and Social Council who are here, distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen, friends. You're all very welcome. A very good morning. On behalf of the President, Gabriel Boric, I would like to very warmly welcome you all to our country. We recognize the efforts that have been made in this long journey to discuss the most crucial issues, such as the efforts to ensure decent work and the rights of everyone in all sectors. The United Nations Secretary General, in his report from last April on the progress made towards achieving the SDGs, has pointed out a worrying reality. At the halfway stage to 2030, we are still, unfortunately, leaving more than half of the world behind. Persistent inequalities, economic uncertainty, the increasing impacts of climate change, conflicts that are growing, and the increasing digital gap are obstacles that threaten our goal of achieving prosperity for all. The political declaration of the SDGs summit from last September established a roadmap, but it also made an appeal to adopt a critical viewpoint to ensure that we can bring about urgent measures to establish more sustainable and inclusive development policies. Decent work is part and parcel of that vision. It is not just a means of reducing poverty and inequalities, but it is also an engine of inclusion. The ILO has stated that decent work is part of people's aspirations. It means access to productive work with fair salaries, security at work, and social protection. It also includes perspectives for personal development and social integration, freedom of expression and participation in decision-making, decisions that affect their lives, as well as equal opportunities and equal treatment for all. That is why we must address complex challenges. The report of the Global Commission on the Future of Work has stated that technological development, climate change, and demographic changes are transforming the labor market. It is foreseen that 344 million jobs should be established by 2030. 190 million people, unfortunately, will be laid off by the new technologies, and many millions of people will continue to live in extreme poverty, and 2.78 million people every year will die as a result of accidents and diseases. The salary gap of 20% roughly between women and men unfortunately persists, and women are also facing major difficulties in finding jobs in the least developed areas. They also devote more than half of their time, more than double of their time rather than men, to domestic work and care. These perpetuate stereotypes and limit opportunities for participation in the labor market for women and also for girls. The report of the Global Commission also states that there is a 27% increase in the wealth of the richest 1% in society. We are seeing that there are major challenges for the multilateral system, therefore, particularly also for United Nations agencies such as the ILO. Even though the ILO has proposed recommendations such as investing in capacity building and decent jobs, we need to have a global response. The interlinkages between issues and topics that are constantly changing require that we all cooperate on these issues. We need to redesign the productive matrix. We need to address the vulnerabilities in our systems. We need to harness technologies and have discussions about how local solutions can be brought about. Artificial intelligence, automation, and robotics could lead to a significant loss of jobs and require people to reskill. The Forum on the Future of Work has predicted that by 2025, automation and digitalization will displace 85 million jobs throughout the world. However, these changes, together with social and digital transformations, can also create millions of new jobs if the appropriate policies are established and if there is political dialogue and if people's rights are appropriately borne in mind and if they are given opportunities to reskill. Challenges with regard to the quality of work, particularly part-time work, and challenges pertaining to self-employment mean that we need to have comprehensive strategies in place to reduce inequalities that could be further exacerbated by these problems. And we must also ensure that we have robust social protection systems in place, focused on investing appropriately in the future. Given the need for a multilateral coordinated response, we see in this council, the ECOSOC, we see this body as an appropriate forum to bring about this cooperation to help us address these challenges and to achieve the goals set out in the 2030 Agenda. The ECOSOC is the appropriate forum in the UN system to have this debate and to come up with innovative strategies for sustainable development. Distinguished delegates, I think that during these days we must bear in mind the recommendations of the Global Commission's report to help us guide our activities. They are guaranteeing jobs that protect people's fundamental rights and guarantee a wage that allows people to live decently and to enjoy appropriate, safe labor conditions. Also, opportunities need to be in place for lifelong learning so that people can acquire new skills and improve their qualifications. We also need to manage technological change in such a way as to bring about decent jobs through international governance of digital platforms. We need to ensure greater investment in rural, green, and care economies, a transformative agenda for gender equality. Only through multilateral actions and in line with national measures can we improve people's quality of life and move towards greater human development. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to mention two significant landmarks. We, as the President has already said, we are hosting the ECOSOC meeting for the second time. The first was in 1951, as you mentioned. This is an important landmark for our country. This is something that we appreciate. and we are deeply thankful for. We are also looking at the concept of decent work as a key part of the discussions that we will have in the next few days, a concept that emerged thanks to the leadership of Ambassador Juan Somalia, who is here during his work at the ILO and also during his presidency of ECOSOC in 1993 and then in 1998. Today, more than ever before, we have countless opportunities to improve people's quality of life and opportunities in the labor market, particularly for women and vulnerable groups. To achieve this, ECOSOC's work is critical. The work starting today will allow us to move towards bringing about a world with greater social justice and equitable and inclusive globalization for all. In addition, the outcomes that we will achieve will inform our next meetings, such as the Summit of the Future or the potential Global Social Summit in 2025. I wish you all a very fruitful day of work and an excellent stay in Chile. Thank you all very much.
Doy las gracias al ministro de Relaciones
I would like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile for his statement.
A continuación, escucharemos un
The
breve
Council will now
mensaje
view a
de la
brief
Vicesecretaria
video
General
message by the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, who unfortunately is not able to participate in today's meeting. Please play the video.
Excellency Mr. Alberto Van Claveren, Minister of Foreign Affairs for Chile, Excellency Ms. Paula Neves, President of ECOSOC. I really wish I could be with you in person to join this special meeting of ECOSOC taking place for the second time in history in Santiago. I would like to commend the government of Chile and the President of ECOSOC for the thoughtful planning and hosting of the meeting outside of the usual surroundings, but to discuss on how to deliver the promise of sustainable development with the current global and regional complexities. Let us approach the mission ahead, inspired by the spirit of 1951, when Ambassador Germán Santa Cruz, permanent representative of Chile to the United Nations, first brought the forum to this country and the leadership of Ambassador Paula Neves, who has led our journey to the land of Pablo Neruda and Violeta Parra today. Dear friends, a spiral of crises exacerbated since 2020 by the impacts of COVID-19, the war in Ukraine and climate change is adding urgency to our agenda. 700 million people are living in extreme poverty. More than 333 million people are facing acute levels of food insecurity. Humanitarian needs are skyrocketing, and the impacts of the triple planetary crisis continue to impact countries, communities, and our ecosystems. Locally, conflicts are also raging over resources, forcing populations to migrate internally and beyond borders, triggering tensions between countries and making the plight of ordinary citizens even more dire. In this context, we hear some say that the Sustainable Development Goals are no longer viable. We must meet those criticisms with conviction and keep the promise of the 2030 Agenda alive. This is not the time to change course. The SDGs are still the North Star. The political declaration adopted at last year's SDG Summit is a testimony of our collective capacity to obtain results in the face of uncertainty. We must also have clarity of purpose. Rescuing the SDGs demands unlocking finance for developing countries, accelerating food, energy, and digital transitions, and keeping people at the center of all our policy. It means making the SDG stimulus a reality to facilitate structural adjustments and enable finance to flow where it is most needed. dear friends, I commend the choice of topic for this special session. The future of work is tied to our ability to secure a just digital transition and to use food systems transformation and the transition to renewable energy and a green economy that will create jobs and opportunities, more especially for women and for young people. Making the future of work a future of opportunity is not automatic. Without the determination of leaving no one behind, the needle will not move in the direction of our ambitions. This means acting on the stubbornly high rates of youth unemployment, on the persistent gender disparities in wages, labor market participation, and access to social protection. Similarly, unregulated digitalization is a driver of inequalities. When properly harnessed, digital tools can accelerate job creation and help expand social protection, as seen in many countries during COVID-19, a time when we also came to realize the value of cultivating caring societies. We need policies that recognize, reduce, and redistribute for care society, often carried out by women and girls to promote women's access to decent work. Instilling protection and care in our societies have proven to be an effective solution to address violence in all its forms and to build societies that are much safer. Inclusive, prosperous, and safer societies are not only societies that offer opportunities to the increasing numbers of migrants that the world is seeing, they are also societies that do not expel their people. Excellencies, in a couple of months, you will meet in New York for the high-level political forum on sustainable development. You have the opportunity yet again to build on the outcomes of the SDG summit and its strong political declaration using different ECOSOC platforms taking place between now and September, from the CSW to the regional forums on sustainable development, the FFD forum, and many ad hoc meetings such as this gathering to change the landscape for the people that need it most. The goals under revision this year cannot be more pertinent: poverty, hunger, climate, and strong institutions. As we advance towards the Summit of the Future in September this year, the Pact for the Future is another opportunity to reiterate the path towards acceleration. Multilateral governance is not adequate to meet today's complex and rapidly changing world. We can neither deliver on existing commitments nor successfully tackle emerging threats and challenges unless we dramatically strengthen the multilateral system. World leaders can help forge new international consensus to adapt multilateral institutions to current political and economic realities. The Summit of the Future must demonstrate that multilateralism can deliver for everyone, everywhere, and offer solutions for a more peaceful, just, and sustainable world for future generations to come. The leadership, coordination, and guidance of ECOSOC will be crucial to these efforts. It is the charter body entrusted with the responsibility to coordinate the United Nations development system. Your work is essential to ensure the critical links between the SDG acceleration agenda and the related policy dialogue and the preparations for the Summit of the Future. Let's build on the momentum that the 2023 SDG Summit and scale ambition for the Summit of the Future in September, as well as the proposed World Social Summit next year in 2025. Let us embrace the moment and deploy all assets in ECOSOC and beyond to rescue the SDGs. We can still make it happen. I wish you all great success over these next 2 days. You can rely on my full support as we work to achieve a just, inclusive, and more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Doy las gracias a la
I thank the Deputy Secretary General for her statement. I now invite the Executive Secretary of the Regional Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. José Manuel Salazar, to make an introductory statement. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Alberto Van Claveren, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, President of the Supreme Court, Distinguished Ambassador Paulo Narvaez, President of the ECOSOC, representatives of member states of ECOSOC, Distinguished Director of the UNDP, colleagues, distinguished friends. It is a great honor for ECLAC to host this special meeting of the Economic and Social Council here in Chile. It's the second time that, under Chile's leadership, such a meeting has been held here. As we have heard, the first was in 1951, as Madam President said, during Chile's presidency of ECOSOC, thanks to the determination of the then Chilean ambassador Hernán Santa Cruz. It was the 12th ECOSOC meeting that was held in Santiago. That was the first time in the history of the United Nations that a major body of the organization met outside the official headquarters in a developing country. 73 years have elapsed since then, and the Economic and Social Council remains one of the most relevant structures in the UN system to address the economic and social issues that have to be viewed from a comprehensive, collaborative, and multilateral approach, fostering collective measures to bring about a fairer and more sustainable world. Its relevance today remains critical to promote inclusive development, to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, financing for development, and the promotion of a culture of peace, tolerance, and respect. The wealth of a global vision provided by its 54 member states elected by the GA can enrich our viewpoint about the challenges of development, to look at the reality in all of its complexity, and to understand issues in all of their interdependence. In July last year, when Chile assumed the presidency of ECOSOC for the 5th time, Ambassador Narvaez spoke to me about her interest in convening a meeting on the future of work here, and we're very pleased that it has been made a reality. As the ambassador and president said, the idea is for us to have an exchange about the risks and opportunities brought about by the unprecedented changes that the labor market is seeing. And these are driven by a range of factors, such as technological innovations, such as automation, digitalization, and artificial intelligence, demographic changes, and the increase in the demand for care, changes linked to the needs for sustainability and decarbonization, and also greater human mobility and migration, among other factors. Indeed, it is critical that we better understand the factors that bring about these changes and the risks also posed, as well as the concomitant opportunities, so that we can bring about suitable responses to create decent jobs, as was said by our friend and the previous head of the ILO. We need to address the social and economic effects of these issues and build a society that brings about a better future for us and for the planet. We also need to answer the question, where exactly are these jobs going to come from to bring about a better future of work? In Latin America and the Caribbean, the region only grew 0.8% in the decade between 2014 and 2023. This is the lowest rate of growth since the infamous lost decade of the 80s. That's why this question is absolutely critical. And our response is that the region must scale up its productive development policies. This is the area that can have the greatest influence on growth. because we can't bring about a better future of work unless we have a better future of production as well. They are ultimately two sides of the same coin. Including young women in the labor market and redistributing the work of care is critical. In our region, 50% of women are outside the labor market, while the rate of participation for men is above 75%. So there is a major gap that has to be closed. This inequality is rooted in cultural stereotypes that have led to this situation, and women often bear the brunt of care work. Women devote almost 3 times as much time than men to domestic work and unpaid care. That is why equality and justice must redefine these burdens and transform the situation. We also need to integrate care policies into labor inclusion and thus redefine the path towards sustainable development. In ECLAC, we think that policies to bring about this better future must include productive development policies to boost growth and development, social protection systems and comprehensive care systems, education and vocational training, policies for labor inclusion, environmental transitions and boosting resilience, and ensure safe, regular, and orderly migration. Distinguished delegates, ECLAC owes its member states for this debate, and we are here to listen to you, and we must ensure that this is not the time for gradual and timid change. We need to be bold, and we need to be transformative. Normally, in this room, we have meetings between member states of Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, we have the valuable and extraordinary opportunity to hear from nations from the entire world. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for bringing us here for this meeting. And we will also have a side event to commemorate the 75th anniversary of ECLAC and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And then also be a special celebration of the legacy of Hernan Santa Cruz, one of the drafters of the declaration and also a major proponent of the establishment of this organization. Thank you. I thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC for his statement. We will now hear 2 keynote addresses. First of all, I would like to invite Miss Mariana Mazzucato, Professor of Economics of Innovation and Public Value at University College London and Founding Director of the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, who's joining the meeting virtually, to deliver her keynote address.
Thank you so much, President of ECOSOC and all the esteemed audience members there today. I was the first woman actually to give the Raúl Prebisch lecture, and I gave that lecture inside the beautiful room where you all sit, so this is especially meaningful to me. I want to focus my 10 minutes on why we are failing and what to do about it. It's easy to critique, but there are solutions that we're not activating towards these interlinked crises that we seem to be stuck with. We have a massive global warming crisis. We have a biodiversity crisis. We have a water crisis. We have health pandemics that we found we were incredibly unprepared for. All of these problems could actually galvanize global, national, and local innovation, technological, organizational, and social, if we cared. It's really interesting to see how the history of innovation and technology has often been stimulated actually by problems. If you think about it, why do we have the internet? Because there was a problem to be solved, which was to get the satellites to communicate. Why do we have GPS? There was a problem to be solved to know where all the ships were in the ocean. All the problems that the Sustainable Development Goals should be focusing our minds on, those bold 17 goals, are we actually taking them seriously? Are we putting them at the heart of an economy which is problem-oriented, which is purpose-oriented, with purpose-oriented businesses, mission-oriented governments truly working together, as we did, by the way, to get to the moon more than 50 years ago? There was 400,000 people. There was many different sectors in the business community, not just for aerospace. These required sectors as different as nutrition, materials, electronics, software, working truly dynamically with government. It was government-led, but it wasn't top-down and micromanaging. There was huge amounts of bottom-up innovation in the private sector, working hand in hand with the public sector to solve so many different homework problems, which got us camera phones, foil blankets, baby formula. But as I said, in all these cases, technology was an outcome. They were not obsessed with the technology. They were obsessed with the urgent need to solve problems. And the design of that public-private partnership through changing the tools, for example, outcomes-oriented procurement, helped to galvanize an immense amount of innovation across so many different sectors. We are not doing this. We are not doing this with the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to treat our societal challenges, for example, the fact that there's over 2.2 billion people around the world that do not have safely managed drinking water, that we have 4 billion people, or about 55% of the world, which have no recourse to even the most basic social protection, that we have this urgent need to solve our climate challenges, so on and so forth, as peripheral. These are on the side, literally in different rooms from those where the serious finance ministers and treasuries work together to talk about growth. What's really going to make the world change is if we truly put our Sustainable Development Goals at the center, not at the periphery, of an outcomes-oriented economy. So that's really my first point. How can we completely switch mindset and really treat these problems as urgent and use them to galvanize a massive wave of public and private sector investment, also third sector investment? We should remember there's other, not just public and private, to focus on problems. This, by the way, is what I tried to do with the World Health Organization Council on the Economics of Health for All, where I brought together as chair, working closely with Tedros, Dr. Tedros, 11 women. It was an all-woman council saying, of course, we must invest in health, and that's good for the economy. But the mind switch is to say, focus on health for all and design an economic system to deliver a massive amount of innovation focused on health for all. Design an economy. What does it mean for value, for innovation, for finance, for public sector capacity? The same thing in my co-chairing with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, with Tarman Shanmugaran and Johan Rockstrom. We're currently co-chairing the Global Council on the Economics of Water. Same thing, massive water problems, but water is not a sector, it's a problem. For example, the 2.2 billion people that I just mentioned who don't have access to drinking water. How do we actually galvanize those water-related goals to bring together many different public and private actors, but especially with the global coordination? And that's why, of course, the UN remains so incredibly important. But this really also requires moving away from thinking of just fixing market failures, or in the case of the Sustainable Development Goals, just seeing them in terms of financial gap. That gap, by the way, is massive. The latest estimates are that the SDGs have about 4 to 7 trillion in a financial gap. But by seeing something as a gap, we, by design, not by coincidence, end up producing reactive policies, policies that are about filling a gap, fixing a market failure, or at best facilitating someone else to take on risk. What we actually need for an outcomes-oriented, mission-oriented economy is to restructure the finance. There's plenty of finance out there, but it's not actually, again, outcomes-oriented. Just think of how much money is currently in our public development banks. It's over $20.2 trillion. And then the multilateral development banks, of which I'm sure some are in the room, 2.2 trillion. So together, close to $23 trillion are in public banks, which should be providing patient, long-term committed finance. For what? For goals. But that doesn't happen unless they're actually aligned and working both together. So at the regional level, our MDBs can actually be working closely around the SDGs, having a relationship with the national development banks, which then, and this is the critical bit, create conditionality, but the functional conditionality, not the problematic conditions of the past to make sure that when loans are provided to the private sector across all the sectors in our economy, they are indeed conditional on investment, innovation, to really help, pick the willing, those that are willing to work with our public banks and the MDBs and the UN on solving those problems. A quick example, by the way, would be the reason we have green steel in Germany is that the local public development bank there, the KfW, put the loans to the steel sector. And in Latin America, we should think about the natural resources, those sectors. The loan in Germany to the steel sector was conditional on steel lowering the material content of production in order to stimulate a green steel, which they did through repurpose, reuse, recycle. And they did it because it was embedded in a loan program. So the SDG stimulus, which the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed often talks about, as does the Secretary General, the SDG stimulus requires care and actually transforming these tools, procurement, public loans, grants, and so on, to truly be designed to deliver those technological innovations, social innovations, organizational innovations, to have outcomes around the SDGs. Third, none of this will happen without doing what I've just described, which is to really rethink the concept of partnership. It's too easy to talk about ecosystems between public and private actors or partnerships as though they're neutral. They're not neutral. We can design them in different ways, not just in terms of the conditionality I just discussed, but also, for example, really making sure that how we govern technology is good for people and planet. So the how matters as much as the what. We saw this with COVID-19. We ended up with 8 vaccines, but the way they were actually produced continued to be problematic. So intellectual property rights, we can have them, but we can't abuse them. Intellectual property rights should not be so wide, used just for strategic reasons, so strong, hard to license, and so upstream that the tools for research are actually being patented. That's a misgovernance of intellectual property rights. So making sure that we have patent pools and different types of conditions to share knowledge, to put collective intelligence at the center of our innovation systems is what will actually help to make sure that the innovation that then happens is actually good innovation, which is both problem-oriented, but also governed in terms of the how. And lastly, of course, multilateralism, global cooperation is critical, but without national and local and regional capabilities, it's really hard to govern these processes. Even governing these dynamic, symbiotic partnerships, which I just talked about, need capacity and capabilities. And what we've actually seen over the last 50 years is the outsourcing of that capacity to private institutions, including consulting companies, from our state institutions. I just wrote a book about this, which is coming out in Spanish this week, El Gran Engaño. In English, it's The Big Con, how the consulting industry has helped us infantilize our governments. We need actually smart government, smart business, working together hand in hand, well governed, but without that capacity and capabilities, it doesn't happen. In Chile, by the way, we have the Laboratorio de Gobierno. That's like a gov lab within government, which creates a safe place precisely to experiment, to welcome uncertainty. How do we do outcomes-oriented procurement? Of course, that requires testing and learning by doing. So these 4 points I'll leave you with now in conclusion. We need an outcomes-oriented economy where innovation is truly problem-oriented. That's what got us all the technology in our smartphones. We need to not think of financial gaps, but restructuring finance to create that SDG multiplier, which the UN Secretary General talks about so importantly. We need symbiotic, not parasitic, public-private partnerships. We can do it. We did it to get to the moon, but it's not enough to talk about partnership and ecosystems. We need measures. How do we know if we're actually building a good partnership and not a bad one that is good, again, for people and planet? And lastly, we really absolutely need both the global cooperation, but also the local, the regional, and the national capacity. We need to reorient our thinking, not in terms of facilitating, enabling, market fixing, but truly co-creating an economy that delivers, and that requires the ability to create value differently, pre-distributively, not just redistributively. And with all this outsourcing that we've seen over the years away from our civil service, we really need to believe again in the civil service in order also to attract some of the best minds back in. And if we don't do that, by the way, it will be impossible to govern artificial intelligence if all the talent is just going to the private sector. So we need private and public working together with capacity on both sides. And on that note, thank you again for inviting me to speak at your very important conference.
Doy las gracias.
I thank
Sinceras gracias a la señora
most sincerely Ms.
por su
Matsukato
presentación.
for her statement.
A continuación, invito
Next,
al señor
I invite
Jeffrey
Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, Director of the Earth Institute at the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, who is joining the meeting virtually, to deliver a keynote address.
Greetings to everybody, and I'm absolutely delighted to be together, both with ECOSOC and with CEPAL. It's a great treat, and I'm speaking to you today from Hong Kong, which has given me some occasion for thought, because in the past 10 days I've been visiting mainly the ASEAN countries, Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and today China, Shenzhen, home of Huawei and many other leading companies, and now in Hong Kong. And I'd like to just spend a couple of minutes talking about Latin America in the perspective of East Asia. And that is because basically what we know of East Asia and what I've seen in the last 10 days is a tremendous amount of dynamism, a tremendous amount of economic growth, a tremendous amount of technological advance. So things are working. They're working quite well. And we need the Latin American region to be working as effectively, and it has not been, and it poses a question. And if I may, I'm going to try to share just a picture or two with you. Hopefully it works. Otherwise, I'll just describe. I'll describe what I'm showing. Are you able to see that possibly?
Yes, we are seeing.
Very good. So let me start out here. You know, in 1990, Latin America and the Caribbean, in purchasing power terms, had a GDP per capita of $11,000. And same year, 1990, the Asian emerging economies had a GDP per capita of $2,000. So the gap was 5 times higher in Latin America than in the emerging economies of Asia. By 2023, you can see that the income in Latin America had increased slightly to $16,000 in purchasing power terms, compared now to $13,000 in East Asia, or in Asia. The Asian economies were 18% of the Latin American average level in 1990, and they were 80% in 2023. And by 2028, using the IMF's forecasts in the World Economic Outlook, the Asian emerging economies will be 90% of the Latin American levels. So this is quite remarkable. Of course, this has been a long period of relative stagnation in Latin America and a long period of rapid economic development in the Asian emerging economies. I believe that while there are many, many factors involved in this, a very pertinent one is shown by the map of the PISA scores for 2022 that were just released. This is, of course, the comparative scholastic scores measured by the OECD PISA program for 82 countries in the 2022 round. And what you can see on the map is that the Latin American education situation is really rather poor and has been this way for quite a long time. The Latin American countries almost entirely are in the bottom third. In fact, out of the 82 countries, the highest ranking is Chile, but in position 46. Uruguay 49, Mexico 54th, Costa Rica 58th, Peru 60, Colombia 61, Brazil 62. What are the top 6 countries in the ranking in 2022? Singapore, China, Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and Hong Kong. 6 out of 6 in East Asia. And in general, you can see it here. I just put the same data on a bar chart. The Latin American countries are in red. You can see that the highest ranking is Chile in the middle of the graph. The green on the left, Singapore, China, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and Hong Kong top the world in education quality. The rest are somewhere in the middle. The United States, a not very impressive 19th in this, given America's income, it's a rather sad performance, I would say. But the basic point that I would like to emphasize is that we have been living in an age of technological advancement, and the capacity to advance technologically determines the overall advance of our economies, and the capacity to advance technologically, both to adapt technologies and to innovate technologies, depend on the skills of the labor force, and that in turn depends overwhelmingly on the quality of education at all levels, primary, secondary, tertiary, and investments by government in science and technology. It has been my impression for my 40 years of happy work in Latin America and in Asia that there really is a difference that has persisted during this period, with the Asian economies putting a tremendous focus on the quality of education, especially STEM, science, technology, mathematics in high school, and a tremendous focus on technological upgrading and participating in the technological advance and actually crossing the threshold from users of technology to innovators and producers of technology. And that has been the underlying fuel of rapid economic growth for decades now. Whereas in Latin America, for many, many reasons, but I think at some level, the social divisions in society, and as a result, a lot of privatization of education and a large equity gap in education, and an underperformance of public education in general. Not only has education lagged, the quality of education is measured by the test scores that I just indicated, but the overall rate of technological advance and, of course, the participation in technological innovation has suffered accordingly. So this, to my mind, is probably, if one could say in a highly complex environment, probably the priority area for Latin America is to raise the quality of education and the participation in technological adaptation and advancement. And that this has been, I'd say, the missing sauce for quite a while, but is now absolutely pertinent. Every place that I have been in the last 10 days, in the ASEAN countries, the conversation has focused almost entirely by the government officials on digital advance, on training, on the technologies for green zero carbon energy systems, but from a technological and engineering point of view. I was very happy arriving at the hotel in Hong Kong just an hour ago, opening the Financial Times today, and a lead story says, China shifts Latin American investments to industries of the future. And it's a report by the Inter-American Dialogue, and it says that China is now making major foreign investments in Latin America in telecommunications, fintech, and energy transition, sectors that are critical also for China's own economic growth strategy. But I think the good point here is there's a strong impulse for technological advance now, and a strong opportunity for Latin America to participate in this technological advance. I spent the day at Huawei just now. Unbelievable, the things that are coming down the road. I was so out of date, I thought we were still talking about 5G, but as you know, China's well into 5.5G, as they call it, because their systems are now 10 times faster than the 5G, and that's an improvement just over the last 4 years. And that is spreading rapidly. And with it, the opportunities for massive technological advances in healthcare, in education, in logistics, in port services, in energy delivery, in energy efficiency of appliances, and in many other areas. And they are investing heavily in engineering skills and in innovation centers around the world. So my basic message today is, as we are in a period of rapid technological advance, I think that the most exciting point is that this gives an opportunity for rapid progress in well-being, in quality of life, in sustainability of technologies, and in economic growth. But it depends deeply on the skills of the labor force and the training, and that depends tremendously on the quality of education and on the equitable access to quality education across society. So I'm quite optimistic about what can be accomplished right now. We're in a boom period of technological advance. We have options that didn't exist 5 or 10 years ago in energy, in precision agriculture, in the mining sector. And by the way, since Chile's world leader in mining, we had demonstrations today at Huawei of all of the autonomous mining capacities that have been developed and that are being deployed in new solutions around the world. And this, I think, is extraordinarily exciting. the fact that China is a huge investor, not only at home, but internationally in these cutting edge technologies and in Latin America, gives me the hope that there can be a rapid advance in this period. I hope that Latin America will prepare for it by looking at the PISA scores in 2022, taking note, taking lessons, and making the investments in the vital skills of the young people of Latin America so that the region can benefit as decisively and dramatically as the Asian region clearly is doing. So thank you very much for letting me share that brief thought with you, and warm greetings to friends today at ECOSOC in Sao Paulo.
Doy las gracias al señor
I thank Mr. Sachs for his statement.
Con esto concluye la sesión de apertura.
That concludes the opening segment of this meeting. We will very shortly begin the first roundtable discussion on balancing the opportunities and challenges of a changing labor market to ensure decent work for all. I now briefly pause the meeting and I invite the Vice President from Kazakhstan and the panelists to take their seats on the podium. Please remain seated. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, good morning. May I request you to take your seats as we are starting immediately? Good morning, dear colleagues. The Council will hold now a roundtable discussions on the topic balancing the opportunities and challenges of a changing labor market to ensure decent work for all. This interactive session will address recent and ongoing trends in the world of work, their main drivers and the opportunities and challenges these bring for decent work as well as effective policy responses. I am pleased to welcome the distinguished panelists joining us for these discussions. The keynote speaker, Mr. Gilbert F. Hungbo, Director General, International Labour Organization, who is joining us virtually. The panelists, Ms. Camila Vallejo Dowling, Minister Secretary General of the Government of Chile. Ms. Shea Gopal, Representative of the United Nations of the International Organization of Employers. And Mr. David Acuña, President of the Workers' United Center of Chile, representing the International Trade Union Confederation. I am also pleased to welcome the moderator, Her Excellency Claudia Fuentes Julio, Permanent Representative of Chile to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva, and former chair of the ILO governing body. I also acknowledge the participation of the discussant, Her Excellency Anna-Karin Eneström, Permanent Representative of Sweden to the United Nations in New York. Dear colleagues, we will begin now the discussion by listening to a keynote statement by Mr. Gilbert Hungbo, Director General of the ILO. Mr. Director General, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Good morning to all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by expressing my deep appreciation. I hope you can hear me very well. My deepest appreciation to the ECOSOC and the President Paula Narvaez and the Vice President Mr. For associating ILO to this conference. This special meeting of ECOSOC focuses on issues that are quite very, very close to ILO's foundation. I must even say our raison d'etre, i.e. bringing together countries, workers, and employers together to build a more inclusive and sustainable world through decent work and social justice for all. Today, we know, and Jeffrey Sachs was again referring to that, we face significant technological changes, the demographic challenges that we are all facing, and an urgent need to address the climate crisis. But with each of these changes, we also do have opportunities, I must say. So let me start with the technology side. We know that generative AI will affect even not only blue collars, but also white collars. All high-skilled jobs will be affected one way or the other. But we also know from our research that the share of global employment that could be augmented by Gen AI is much bigger than the share of jobs threatened by automation. And according to ILO estimates, between 10 to 13%, and we are quite very conservative in this estimate, 10 and 13% of jobs across all country incomes groups and so forth will be impacted. And this is why we do believe social protection and proper training are crucial if we are to support workers around the world. Now, let me turn to the demographic challenges. To turn them into opportunities, we need to create enough decent jobs for young people in growing societies, as well as for older workers in aging societies. Just one example, the UN predicts a threefold increase in the working age population in Africa and these developing countries and Haiti between 2023 and 2050. And this creates an opportunity for a demographic dividend with a low dependency ratio, providing space for economic growth and investment in education, health, and social protection systems. Thirdly, the climate crisis. We estimate that implementing the Paris Agreement on climate change, that in itself can generate 24 million new jobs by 2030. But it could also lead to the loss of 6 million jobs in resource-intensive industries. So in these profound changes, we must ensure that obviously no one is left behind. So a just transition involves making use of the transformation to maximize decent work opportunities, to reduce inequalities, and promote social justice for all, and to support industries, workers, and communities negatively impacted by those transformations. So, dear colleagues, despite the challenges before us, these are opportunities I think we can harness. First, we need a workforce that is adaptable, a workforce that is resilient, a workforce that has the technical and the soft skills to address these challenges. Governments, education institutions, the private sector, the social partners, and the individual must work together to provide accessible and flexible learning opportunities, enabling everyone to contribute to economic and social development. Secondly, we need to prioritize creating decent jobs as a fundamental step for a better social justice. While our estimates for labor market indicators such as unemployment, and those estimates are quite positive, I must say though that the qualitative aspects like the informal work and the working poverty present worrying challenges. Thirdly, we need inclusivity and equal access. This means providing digital infrastructure, providing training, and providing job opportunities for women, youth, the people with disabilities, and marginalized communities. Inclusivity will build a stronger job market and a more stable society. So to make this work, we must encourage social dialogue. Policymakers should anticipate changes, create supportive legal frameworks, and strengthen institutions. And this includes good labor laws. This includes extensive social protections for all and effective dialogue among government, employers, workers, and other stakeholders. And the changing world also calls for updates to international labor standards. This is why allow me to mention in this context that the ILO, we are right now working on setting standard to provide recommendations for the platform workers in 2025 and 2026. Our objective is crystal clear. We need to tackle challenges ahead we must prioritize lifelong learning, decent work, and inclusive institutions. Obviously, we are ready to intensify our contribution in this global endeavor. We have the chance to reshape the world we live in, both economically, socially, and environmentally. So let us take this opportunity and move forward to build a better and equitable and resilient societies. Thank you so much.
I thank the Director General of the International Labour Organization for his keynote statement. And now turn over the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Claudia Fuentes Julio to moderate the presentation. And I look forward to an interesting discussions. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Chair.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure for me once again to welcome you to my home city, Santiago. This first panel of this meeting is entitled Balancing the Opportunities and Challenges of a Changing Labour Market to Ensure Decent Work for All. These topics have been discussed at length, as the Director General of the ILO has said in the ILO, and I, in fact, chaired the trusteeship board at the ILO last year. So we'll be looking into the various factors that have had a major impact on changes in the labor market. These include issues such as technological innovation, the green economy, demographic changes, issues linked to equity, inequality, and also human rights and the impact of those on employment. We'll be discussing all of these issues, I think, during this panel. I would just like to highlight some guiding questions. We have 3 guiding questions that I would like you to bear in mind. What are the main drivers of recent transformations in the world of work? Secondly, how are these transformations impacting the quality of jobs, the expansion of decent work, and other factors? Thirdly, what types of workers and groups of the population are being positively or negatively affected by such transformations? What policies can be put in place to address these impacts? As you can see, this panel aims to encourage dialogue, and it's a tripartite panel, as we're used to at the ILO. So the aim is to engage in discussion on all of these topics. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, Ms. Camila Vallejo Dowling, Minister Secretary General of Government. You have the floor, madam.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Claudia. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this opening panel. I'd like to say that I'm standing in for my colleague, Ed Jara, who unfortunately had to attend a meeting of the National Congress, but to push forward an important reform there in the Congress, and we do hope that this will help us to resolve an issue that is outstanding and needs to be resolved in our country, which is that of low pensions. And this is something that is somewhat relevant to what we are discussing here today. I'd like to say that it's an honor for me to share the podium with representatives of national and international organizations, particularly the Director General of the ILO, Mr. Gilbert Hungbo, as well as Ms. Sher Gopal, permanent representative to the UN of the International Organization of Employers, as well as Mr. David Acuña, the president of CUT Chile, and of course also the ambassador and permanent representative of Sweden to the United Nations, Ms. Anna-Karin Ennerström. So we all know that work is changing at a vertiginous pace. We are all seeing the major changes that are taking place, automation, and this is something that's been going on for decades now. And now the digitalization of work is occurring even more quickly. We need to bring about a more sustainable and more inclusive production system. But of course, these changes can be quite scary for many people. People are worried about losing their jobs, but there are also opportunities that are there to be harnessed. There have also been major changes at the social and demographic level, and this is something that the labor market has to adapt to. We have to see adaptation to increased rates of migration, and we also need to adjust to new patterns of supply and demand in the labor market as well. We need, in a nutshell, also to adapt to changes in the care economy too. Recently, changes have been afoot in Chile and Santiago as well. And there was also recently a panel on how the labor market is changing, how the world can adapt to new technologies. Experts then, such as the professor of the University of Oxford, Carl Benedict Fay, said that the future of work is difficult to predict because it depends on how we address the new challenges. Do we resist the changes? Do we adapt to changes? Or do we try to drive those changes? Given these challenges, we think that we need to bring about a robust social protection system and an educational model as well. But as Maria Mazzucato said, we also need to have intelligent, a smart governance system. Although we know that most high productivity does or can allow for increased growth and increased consumption, even though that is not a guarantee. That is a way of bringing about better salaries. Nevertheless, an ILO expert has also said that the promise of digital transformation has not been borne about in increased productivity in recent years. We've in fact seen increased gaps rather than gaps being closed as a result of these changes. We've also seen a permanent shift in patterns of supply and demand. We need to ensure that people can upskill and reskill to adapt to these changes as well. This accelerated change in the skills that are required necessarily goes in hand with the changes in people's expectations. We need to try to preempt the changes that are coming down the track so that people can be prepared and equipped to tackle this new reality that they will have to face. This is why smart governance is so important. The technological, social, and demographic transitions that workers and economies are facing are part and parcel of what we have to adapt to. We need to adapt to these emerging technologies so that we are not too late to react to what has been happening. We need, in a nutshell, to have a new development model where no one is left behind. How can we ensure that we bring about high quality, decent jobs and ensure that people can have enriching careers in line with their expectations and preferences? These changes also have an impact on how people see their jobs and their careers. There have been new calls for greater quality of work and more secure contract, and this is something that needs to be pushed forward. In our region, this has been seen in the context of making the region more competitive and increasing added value in the production process. But we must always bear in mind that the innovation necessarily brings about impacts on the labor market, even in areas that are not directly affected. There are always ripple effects that affect people in other industries. The government of President Boric has tried to tackle these challenges, bringing about, for instance, a new national care system, recognizing the importance of redistributing tasks in the care sector to make sure that women do not have to bear the brunt of this work. We have rolled out an intensive legislative agenda, including a 40-hour working week down from 45 hours that has been rolled out, a law on harassment at work, a law on family care, which has very recently been adopted by the National Congress. We've also ratified ILO Convention 190 on bullying and harassment, and we have a range of policies that also aim to ensure that more Chileans can engage in the labor market and also have more time for leisure without necessarily having an impact on economic growth. We have tried to make sure that more people can join the labor market and can join in better conditions. Our concern has also been, at the same time, to ensure better pensions for people, as I mentioned at the beginning of my statement. This is something that Chileans have been clamoring for years, and this is currently being discussed in the Chamber of Deputies today. They are discussing a pension reform that aims finally to bring about a proper, robust social system that also makes sure that we can have better opportunities for current and future generations to strengthen intergenerational solidarity, to increase pensions for current and future pensioners. Rapid aging of our population means that we have to tackle this dilemma right now. There is no further time to waste. As has been said by the briefers, acquiring new skills is important if workers are to adapt to this new horizon. We are committed to rolling out vocational and lifelong learning opportunities for all of our citizens. We have a national training system whose goal is to provide advice to the Ministry of Labor to ensure that appropriate training opportunities are there for people who are just starting out their careers or for people who wish to change careers. This is something that has been rolled out, and the vocational training is something of a novelty. It's not something that was previously institutionalized in Chile. This is because we recognize the new needs that have arisen in the labor market. This is something that is also decentralized so that our different regions of our country can tailor these policies to their specific needs. But this is a major challenge for our government. In this globalized, changing world, as the world changes, the labor market changes also, and increasingly quickly. We have published a national strategy for the future labor market, setting out the goals for current and future workers with advice and input from various ministries whose goal is to roll out appropriate tools for monitoring these changes and for changing the policies that we have already rolled out in line with the changes that are to come. The strategy has made it possible for us to look at the future. The Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Energy have been working together, and the Environment Ministry have been working together on a strategy to look at how the increasing reliance on green energy will have an impact on the labor market. We also have a strategy for the lithium sector to ensure that workers in that sector can be reskilled as appropriate. So this is a major challenge and a task that we have to overcome. But of course, we also need to look at the national priorities and the national specificities and the policies that are most appropriate for each country and even each region within each country. Workers in all industries have been affected by these changes. We have seen changes in all revolutions, and this is simply another revolution that is underway now. People are also demanding greater autonomy over their lives. This is something that workers have been fighting for decades, and it's not something that's about to change now. We need to ensure that the great demand for certain skills in new emerging industries is met as appropriate. The Ministry of Economy, just a couple of weeks ago, I believe, has presented a new plan for a new policy to allow people to study emerging industries and to acquire permits and qualifications to work in these new industries, pinpointing where the labor shortages are likely to be in the near future. This is, in other words, a smart permit system that makes it possible to accelerate the degree of appropriate investment in areas where workers will be most sorely needed, to ensure that those who do lose their jobs are able to reskill quickly to apply for emerging positions, new positions in the emerging industries. When we talk about the future, we also need to talk about the opportunity for people to acquire new skills in other areas. The labor market is changing so quickly that this is a major challenge, but it's something that we have to tackle today. We need to take measures to ensure that nobody is left behind. That is the commitment of our government, and it is something that we aim also to work on in these multilateral bodies with ECLAC, the UN, and the ILO, so that we can learn from other countries and pass on our own experiences. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would just like to say that the minister will have to step out at some point. As she mentioned, there is an important debate going on in the National Congress today, and the Congress is located in Valparaiso, so she will have to leave us a bit early. Next, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Shri Gopal, the permanent representative to the United Nations of the International Organization of Employers. You have the floor.
Good morning, Excellencies and distinguished guests. I'm going to be brief, but my colleague Pablo Bobic from our local Employers Federation behind me will be here to answer any of your questions that you might have on particularly legislation in the Latin America and the Chile context. From a global perspective, though, what are the many transformations and changes in the world of work? Polycrisis, from wars to pandemics, has brought us increased remote, hybrid work, informality has increased, there is high inflation, challenges with supply chains. There is a skill shortage, and yet there's high youth unemployment. Increased automation, including AI, the topic of the year. And lastly, the geopolitical situation is having an impact in the world of work, especially in getting stable, predictable investment for job-rich growth. So what is the impact on jobs? Well, there are great opportunities in AI, as the DG from ILO mentioned. However, there are some challenges. Women, especially in advanced economies and clerical jobs, may be negatively impacted, while others may see an increase in their productivity. While AI may not take your job, the person who has AI skills will. With a just transition to greener and bluer jobs, there is a recognition that we must, as everyone is mentioning today, address education, primary, vocational training at all levels. The skilling agenda is critical. We, as employers, need to encourage lifelong learning, but also educational systems from young children in primary schools to older workers, as according to companies, the skills of today will only remain relevant for the next 3 years. What are the solutions? There is a need for governments and social partners to come together in social dialogue to address our many policy challenges. But there are national actions that need to take place. There needs to be establishment of effective, efficient public policy, services, and governance, including sustainable social protection systems, education, skills development systems. There needs to be the creation of an enabling environment for business that fosters entrepreneurship, job creation, economic growth, sustainable development, trade and market openness. I often give the example, if it takes 500 days to set up an SME, you can understand why the informal economy is increasing. Pursuance of comprehensive and innovative strategies to tackle informality. And we must promote the move to the informal economy, for everyone benefits from this. There needs to be increased efforts to tap digitalization for all, enhancing international solidarity, multilateralism, to support national efforts to execute coherent strategies to address the many inequities, promote trust, improve decision-making, and build social stability. But lastly, on the international front, there is a need for enhanced international solidarity and multilateralism to support national efforts to execute coherent strategies that address all these many issues that I raised above. These challenges need to be addressed at the UN level, at the ILO level. We need to accelerate action on the SDGs, but especially in adopting more inclusive approaches to including the private sector, especially concerning SDG 8. We have many resources in front of us, but we need to, in order to achieve, we need to work in partnership. We need to create more jobs. Create a job, you feed a family. 90% of jobs are created in the private sector. We want to be a partner, but we need to be at the table. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Chiago.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gopal, for this presentation, and thank you for underscoring international solidarity as an issue and what international institutions can do in this field, while, of course, including the private sector. So thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to David Acuña, President of CUT Chile and representative of the International Trade Union Confederation. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like Good morning to all representatives and other panelists, speakers, and moderator. We here represent the CUT from private sector workers, public sector workers. So for us, it's therefore very important to be able to participate in this discussion. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this discussion on behalf of the International Trade Union Confederation, representing more than 200 million workers around the world. Currently, we're living in a world that's facing many interconnected crises, which are transforming decent work into an illusion for the majority of workers. We are getting ever further away from the promise of the SDGs. There's the environmental system, economic system, rights, democracy, the rule of law. All of these things are attacked more and more. And this has a direct impact on civil liberties and rights, and workers' rights. We must also underscore that transformations in the labour market have led to various different types of precarity.
These crises have only got worse in the sense that people's labor rights have been further eroded. This is something that we have seen around the world. Women in the labor market are particularly negatively affected by these structural changes that we have seen. We have seen that there is a major gap in terms of the wages that women and men can earn. We've also seen high levels of youth unemployment and precarious jobs. The gig economy is something that has also had a major negative impact on young people, and indigenous communities are also negatively affected by the structural weaknesses in the system. Given this state of affairs, my organization is advocating for a new social contract based on 6 key requirements: the establishment of decent, climate respectful jobs with fair transitions for all workers, decent minimum wages and wage equality, social universal protection, equality and inclusion. In terms of our recommendations, we urge member states of the UN to work with us to put the agenda for decent work at the heart of the UN's key procedures, such as the Commission on Social Development, the High-Level Political Forum, the Summit of the Future this year, as well as the Global Social Summit and the Conference on Financing for Development, which is upcoming in 2025. The Global Summit next year, in particular, must have decent work at the heart of its agenda, so that we can guarantee a universal agenda based on human rights as we move towards 2030, but even beyond, to ensure that we can bring about this fair future for all. Social dialogue and democracy are at the heart of these processes too, if all of the SDGs are to be achieved. We should also recognize the right to freedom of expression, collective association, and also the right to strike. We must also link these political dialogues with the dialogue on financing and other UN processes that I've already mentioned, to have clear promises when it comes to how we're going to finance the SDGs and the future international financial architecture. We can't have decent work and social justice unless we listen to the voice of workers. Thank you. Thank you very much, David, for your presentation, which has made clear the changes that are going on in the labor market. And also thank you for your appeal to us to keep workers at the heart of our deliberations. Finally, I'd like to give the floor to our discussant, Ambassador Anna-Karin Ennerström, the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Sweden to the United Nations in New York. I can see her. Please go ahead.
So much, moderator and dear colleagues and friends. It's a real pleasure for me to be here, and I've listened with great interest to all the panelists for their and thank them for their statements. I'd like to start also by thanking our friend and colleague, Ambassador Paula, and the government of Chile for bringing us here and for the hospitality that you have showed us during our stay here in this beautiful city of Santiago. I also like to start by agreeing very much with what Ambassador Paula, but also Foreign Minister van Claveren Stork said about that we are in a true time of transformation. Promoting decent work is an integral part of the implementation of the SDG, but also a part of that global transformation. As the Deputy Secretary General said, the SDG summit last year reminded us of the pressing need to boosting our efforts to deliver on the joint commitments on Agenda 2030. To do this, we need to scale up innovation and technical solutions and harness the possibilities of digitalization, but also addressing the challenges of digitalization, including the rapid development of the artificial intelligence, as been discussed already in this room. Sweden, together with Zambia, facilitates the ongoing work on a global digital compact to be agreed at the summit of the future in September this year. Bridging the digital divide is a key to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And the compact offers an opportunity in our lifetime to ensure that digital technologies are used to accelerate implementation of Agenda 2030 and promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth for the benefit of all. I'm very grateful for the visit that we did yesterday to the ASA sustainable plant, because green transition is a clear roadmap to new jobs, new growth, better health, and more security. It will impact both our labor markets and the societies as a whole. To adapt to the rapidly changing world of work, we must make sure that the transition is inclusive and do not contribute to widening the inequality within and outside the labor market. Enhancing skill development is a central challenge for many countries, including my own. These challenges are particularly evident with large company establishments and expansions connected to the green and digital transformation and transition. The workforce needs to be better equipped. Access to education and skills development for all, and many have mentioned that, both women and men, young and old, will be crucial to keep pace with the future of work. These areas are also important for strengthening competitiveness, social justice, resilience, as well as the transition to digital, green, and sustainable societies. Sweden is glad to contribute $5 million in softly earmarked support to the joint SDG fund and its decent jobs and universal social protection window during 2024. And I really look forward to the continued discussion, and I thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for mentioning many of the important topics, particularly the green economy transition that is taking place. I will give the floor back to the chair, I think, to steer the rest of the discussion.
Muchísimas gracias, señora embajadora. I thank the moderator for skillfully conducting the panel discussion, and also thank the distinguished guest speakers for your deliberations and for your very insightful contributions. Dear colleagues, now I'd like to open the floor for the interactive discussion. And participants wishing to take the floor should indicate by raising their name, please. And I would like to remind all speakers that the time limit is 3 minutes for the intervention in order to give all those wishing to speak the opportunity to take the floor. So please raise your name, tags, and so we have now distinguished permanent representative of Lao People's Democratic Republic, followed by Italy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Moderator. I wish to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to Madam President of ECOSOC and the host government of Chile for the gracious hospitality and the excellent arrangement made for this special meeting. At a time when scientific and technological transformation, enhancing more decent and sustainable living standards for all is crucial. Therefore, we should continue to promote the importance of environmentally and socially sustainable economies with increased job opportunities, especially for young people. To this end, appropriate policy should be adopted by taking into account the changing social and demographic trends. Mr. Chair, in the Laupedia recent National Human Development Report entitled Youth as Drivers for Sustainable Development, examine the structural challenges of the economy that affects the overall labor force, including the high dependency of employment on agricultural sector, seasonality, informality, and migration, defining the key aspects of our labor market. The labor market data indicates the disadvantages of young people have increasing employment, as evidenced by higher unemployment rates among youth compared with national unemployment rates. Moreover, the pandemic and current economic downturn exacerbate young people's pre-existing disadvantages to labor force participation and barriers facing young entrepreneurs in doing business in the current challenging economic context. To address these challenges, the adoption of the National Social Protection Strategy is an essential step towards developing skills and increasing sustainable development and employment opportunities for young people. Mr. Chair, at the regional level, ASEAN has embarked on a cooperation program in these key areas. With population of nearly 680 million people, among them 30% are young from the age 15 to 34, or roughly 213 million young people in ASEAN. We remain committed to making these people getting access to sustainable livelihoods and more meaningful, so they can make more meaningful contribution to promote productive, inclusive, and sustainable global society. With that, I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Okay, now it's okay. Thank you. First of all, I would also like to thank the government of Chile and the president of ECOSOC, of course, also the UN Secretariat, ECLAC, and all the organizer for making this important special event possible. Up to now, all the remarks of the panelists have been very inspiring and interesting. It is important for us to further continue our reflections on social issues since the negative economic consequences of the pandemic, climate change, and escalating conflicts are bringing about a worsening of inequalities within and between countries, economic and food insecurity, and a setback in the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The latest SDG summit clearly highlighted the situation and the need to resume progress on critical social sectors to comply with the commitment of leaving no one behind. In a continually changing labor markets, strongly affected by technological innovation and artificial intelligence and new working methods, it is sometimes important to intervene to avoid growing inequality, especially among the most vulnerable groups. Low-skilled workers, especially those in the informal sector, among whom youth and migrants are overrepresented, unfortunately. In this context, ensuring decent work is key towards more sustainable and inclusive development. Decent jobs and social protection constitute one of the transformative entry points and can turbocharge the SDGs implementation. With the Sustainable Development Goals of track due to increasing global challenges, we need to go through substantial reforms also in the financial architecture, including the private sector, to increase the legitimacy of the multilateral system and to accelerate the achievement of SDGs by 2030. In this sense, I would like also to recall the Secretary General report, Creating Full and Productive Employment and Decent Work for All, as a way of overcoming inequalities to accelerate the recovery from COVID-19 pandemic and the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and also the outcome of last year 61st Commission for Social Development. I think we can give now our contribution also to forthcoming important events such as the high-level political forum, the Summit of the Future, and the proposed 2025 Fifth World Social Summit. I thank you for the time being.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Italy, for his statement. And dear colleagues, since our list of speakers exceeds, now it consists more than 20 speakers, I would like to request you to strictly stick to 3-minute limit. Otherwise, we will have to even reduce the time. So with this, now I give the floor to the distinguished permanent representative of Czechia, Czech Republic, and followed by the Vice Minister from Costa Rica. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first, let me join others in thanking the government of Chile for hosting this important meeting. And in particular, I'd like to thank our dear colleague, Ambassador Paula Navarez, for her leadership in her role as the president of ECOSOC. I enjoyed this morning's stimulating discussion, and I only wish to add a few brief remarks regarding the crucial issue of transitioning to a greener future. Moving towards a climate-friendly world is complex. It involves creating more jobs, improving working conditions, and achieving our environmental goals. My own country, Czechia, is a country with a high share of energy and emissions-intensive industries. So changing to greener ways presents big challenges for our economy and job market. However, we understand how important this change is. We also know we must support the workers, industries, and areas most impacted. Our approach includes creating specific, timely employment programs. These will help those affected, especially through training and other job-related policies. We'll encourage job creation through eco-friendly businesses. Equally important is helping those facing difficulties with energy costs. If we ignore this, it could weaken our society's ability to adapt and support necessary changes. Switching to green technologies is vital, not just for the environment. It's also a chance to boost our knowledge-based economy, creating more advanced and valuable sectors. Finally, it should be emphasized that the successful transition to green and digital technologies hinges fundamentally on education. Upgrading our skills and learning new ones, along with better job matching, are essential tools for ensuring good employment outcomes, thus also making the green transition more palatable to the general public. Lifelong learning is crucial for societies adapting to these changes. This must be included in school programs and in job administration services offering retraining options. We should look into incentives for both workers and employers to participate in these processes. Special focus should be on helping disadvantaged groups, regions, and sectors. I thank you.
I thank the permanent representative of the Czech Republic for his statement, and now give the floor to the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. You have the floor, sir. To be followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would first of all like to thank Chile for inviting us and convening this meeting. My delegation would like to refer to some of the recommendations that have been made, and these pertain to some of the changes that are taking place in the economy and the labor market. We've talked about the challenges posed by the current context, for instance, high rates of inflation and the stubbornly high rates of unemployment. There are all major trends that are underway in the labor market. We are also saying that there increasingly supply and demand in some sectors is increasingly out of sync. We're seeing that there's a lot of unpaid work or poorly paid work and precarious contracts being offered to many people who wish to join the labor market. The internet is being used to harness access to new markets, but this unfortunately can often lead to precarious forms of employment. Nevertheless, these digital tools can, of course, be of benefit in allowing people, such as young people, to access the labor market, but these opportunities have to be offered on appropriate terms and not in these increasingly precarious conditions. Some of the recommendations that we think could be particularly useful include harnessing the opportunities posed by the digitalization of the economy, ensuring appropriate security conditions for people at work, providing opportunities for people to increase their skill set. We need to have greater research into the effects and impacts of these new trends. But we're also seeing the impact of the new green economy on the labor market. This is something that we need to look into, as it's a relatively new trend, but it's something that's nevertheless already having a major impact on the labor market and increasing opportunities within the labor market. This is something that needs to be looked at if we are to overcome these challenges. Thank you.
I thank the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica, and now turn the floor to the representative of Turkey, followed by Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our permanent representative to the UN couldn't be here today, so I am the ambassador to Santiago. I have the privilege to work here in Santiago. Thank you for the organization. The topic under discussion today is very timely in the context of the celebration of the 30 years of ICPD achievements in April, the Summit of the Future in September this year, as well as the Prospective World Social Development Summit in 2025. Since the adoption of the 2030 agenda, the world has undergone significant changes, and which has affected the labor market and the decent work as well. In Turkey, we have a 12th development plan which prioritizes social protection and unemployment in vulnerable groups. The achievements in technology have led to the growth of the digital economy. Startups and tech-driven enterprises are creating new high-skilled job opportunities. We are adopting our policies to ensure that the workforce is equipped with the necessary digital skills to participate fully in this evolving job market. We are privileged to have a youthful population. The young population has the potential to drive innovation and adapt to new work trends. Through our policies, we are promoting youth entrepreneurship, vocational training, and internships. The three key messages from our side is as follows. We need to ensure fair labor practices globally. We need to embrace inclusivity. We need to foster responsible technological adaptation. We are glad that UN, through ILO, as well as UN Secretary General himself, has been in the forefront in addressing the multifaceted drivers of change in the world of work. We appreciate the UN Secretary General's recent initiative of the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protections for Just Transitions. Its implementations is of utmost importance in achieving the SDGs. As the co-chair of the Group of Friends of Decent Work for Sustainable Development with Belgium, we are ready to support the work of UN, including ECOSOC, in this field. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank the representative of Turkey, and now I give the floor to the permanent representative of Denmark, followed by Poland. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Maybe just take the next and I'll go after.
So, Denmark, you'll speak for later, right? So I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, let me thank the President of the ECOSOC, our friend, Ambassador Paula Navarez, and the ECOSOC Bureau and the ECLAC for organizing this special meeting of the Council dedicated to the future of work. Moreover, that for Poland, this is the inaugural meeting of our 3-year membership of the ECOSOC. So we are so excited about that. In my intervention today, I will focus on 3 major trends shaping the global markets: digital transformation, green transition, and urbanization. Maybe from a bit different angle that we heard so far. So it's I think it will be thought-provoking enough for you all. It is indisputable that the digital advancements are the key force that shape the labor market. This adoption is often presented, probably rightly so, as a double-edged sword. On the one hand, digital advancements are raising productivity and boosting growth, while on the other hand, they are reducing labor demand due to automation. Yet there are also very clear advantages arising from digitalization, such as development of the GovTech. This is one of the most promising trends in the public innovation landscape in the recent years in the public administration, especially including in Poland. We are among the fastest developing countries in the terms of e-government, with significant advances made in the last years in the e-health and the e-tax services. GovTech facilitates the creation of the whole ecosystem of public-private partnerships, which draws upon the private sector skills, innovations, and investments, and as a consequence, positively affects the labor market. Poland's development of e-government services has recently facilitated the process of granting the Polish personal identification number, PESEL, to Ukrainians who fled their country following the Russian aggression, allowing them to accommodate more easily in Poland and enter the Polish labor market. In the mid-2023, our public statistics recorded around 750,000 Ukrainians who taken up legal work since they find the refuge in Poland, which is more like 75% of the labor force that actually entered Poland. Closely linked with digitalization in the process is the process of the globalization of services and jobs. In recent years, due to the IT-facilitated remote work, Poland has become a regional leader in the business services sector, BSS, both in terms of the number of business centers and the total new employment. There are widespread benefits of this process, including economic growth, tax revenue generation, and avoiding the human capital flight from Poland. Let me now skip to the green transition, which is another game changer when it comes to the future of work. Policies of environment change have been on the political agenda for decades, but actions to address the labor market implication of the climate policies are more recent. This shift to a green economy results in a significant transformation of labor markets, which can generally lead to a mix of the following outcomes: the creation of the new green jobs, but the loss of existing jobs in the sector that are highly polluting, as well as a major skills readjustment that what Mr. David Acuna was just mentioning. For instance, the automotive industry globally faces a significant challenge of advancing the twin goals of green and digital transitions. The EU is at the forefront of these actions, yet the rapid transition of the electromobility, which is in the EU-wide objective, an ambitious decision such as ban on registering the new cars with the combustion engines from 2033, cause many challenges such as closure of a traditional car and engine plants, and the economic or social implications are diverse. Only this year we see 3 of those closures being announced in Poland, impacting thousands of the jobs countrywide. This example leads me to a broader reflection on guiding principles for the green transition. For a long time, Poland has been advocating the concept of the just transition that should be at the heart of public policies that address climate change, which is more than an environmental crisis. It is a social crisis which compels us to embrace issues of inequality. Solidarity and just transition were the main themes of the COP24 under Poland's presidency in 2018. And my final point focuses on urbanization, which is a strong transformative force reshaping the world's labor market. This is an important topic for me personally, as Poland and Zimbabwe serves as the co-chairs of the UN Group of Friends of UN Habitat, Sustainable Urbanization and the New Urban Agenda. According to UN Habitat's World Cities Report 2022, urban areas are already home to 55% of the world's population, and that figure is expected to grow to 68 by 2050. There is a close relation between the rural-urban migration and the informal sector, which generates unstable and insecure jobs, as well as poor working conditions. The trend of rural-urban migration can, on the one hand, be the way towards prosperity, while on the other hand, lead to overcrowding and the widening of inequalities in urban areas. In closing, let me underline that in order to prevent a further widening of such labor market inequalities, we need to transition toward an economic system that places universal social protection and the job creation at its center. And I thank you very much.
I thank the President of Poland for his statement. Dear colleague, before we proceed further on, I would like to kindly remind you of the time limit of 3 minutes. If we don't follow that, we would exceed all the timing. So with this, I would like to give the floor to the permanent representative of Denmark, followed by Peru. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies in all this talk about technological transformation. I had a little technological challenge here. But let me just also, of course, extend my sincere gratitude to the government of Chile, in particular our dear colleague, the president of ECOSOC, Ambassador Paula Narvaez, for convening us all on this important topic. And since the adoption of the Copenhagen Declaration in my country in 1995, we have indeed come very far in terms of reducing poverty and inequality. But as everyone in this room knows very well, we're still very far from our objectives. And in the past almost 30 years, we have at the same time seen great transformation of our economies and labor markets that had, of course, created new challenges, but also new opportunities. So I wanted to focus on some of those opportunities, as several other speakers this morning, how the technological advancement and climate change are among some of the key drivers now from our labor market transformations. New opportunities are emerging, such as renewable energy, energy efficiency, and digital solutions in the energy sector. And according to the ILO, and I think we had some of these numbers quoted this morning, The green transformation can actually generate up to 24 million jobs by 2030 if the right policies are in place. And that's, of course, the key here. This would, again, according to the ILO, far outweigh the potential losses of the 6 million jobs that are due to the phase out of fossil fuels. So we believe that some of these developments could indeed be transformational in a good way if steered with the right policies. And I wanted to just get an example from my own country, where we all, over the last years, have seen the beneficial results of upskilling and reskilling labor for green jobs, such as jobs for our important offshore wind industry. We have a formerly relatively underdeveloped part of the country, a major port city that went from a center for servicing oil and gas industry to today being a major offshore wind industry hub. And in the process, they have managed to create countless new and better jobs, as well as business opportunities. And this process has taken place in close cooperation between local authorities, unions, vocational training providers, and employers, a cooperation that has been crucial for the local buy-in and success. And this is, of course, what we want to replicate in many other sectors. We should, of course, not be naive. There are job creation. These new sectors are happening simultaneously with the job displacement. And it's affecting different worker groups differently, as we also heard this morning. And here, particularly, I wanted to just stress especially the gender gap. Closing the gender gap in the labor markets is necessary, in particular also in some of these new sectors. In the emerging sectors, it's estimated that women make up only 29% of all STEM workers, and only 28% of so-called green jobs are held by women. So as we move the workforce to emerging sectors, we should just be really conscious not to reproduce the gender-segregated labor market. Gender-sensitive economic policies play a crucial role here in addressing these disparities, such as support to policies that promote equal pay, parental leave, and affordable childcare. So, of course, address the caregiving burden often placed on women. We've had decades of focus on this in my country and all of the Nordic countries, and we're proud to have some of the highest women participation in the labor force. So I want to just stop it from here in respect of the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
I thank the permanent representative of Denmark for her statement. Now I give the floor to the permanent representative of Peru, followed by Uruguay. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to begin my statement by thanking and congratulating the government of Chile, and in particular Ambassador Paula Narváez, the president of the convening body, for inviting us to take part in this important meeting, this important initiative that is geared towards conveying information, fostering dialogue, and accelerating our commitment towards balancing the opportunities and challenges of a changing labor market to ensure decent work for all. We would like to recall the importance of understanding these changes and as thinking about the labor market as how human beings can express themselves and flourish and achieve fulfillment in their lives. It is important that we bear this in mind in this context. The recent changes in the labor market are being driven by technological changes such as automation and digitalization, as well as also economic globalization. These factors are redefining nature and production and services at the global level. Secondly, given a changing labor market, we think that the impact on the quality of jobs in our country has been mixed. On the one hand, the digitalization has brought about new opportunities in the technological and services sectors. Formal and high-quality jobs have been created. Nevertheless, it has also increased informal roles in traditional economies. This represents a challenge for the expansion of decent work in line with SDG 8. Young people and people who don't have access to high-quality education are the most vulnerable groups to transformations in the labor market. To grapple with these effects, we need to roll out public policies geared towards increasing training opportunities and digital skills. The government of Peru, through the Ministry of Labor and the Promotion of Jobs, is committed to balancing the opportunities and challenges in a constantly changing labor market. Hence, we need to increase labor opportunities and options for those who have fewest opportunities for reasons outside of their own will. We need to guarantee decent jobs for all citizens. This is part and parcel of people's dignity, and it cannot be distanced from their desire to live a fulfilling life. We need to work with all nations to address these challenges together on the basis of best practices when it comes to training and social inclusion inter alia. We must continue our global dialogue on these issues if we want to move towards a world in which all have access to decent jobs and equal opportunities in the labor market. This means that we need to overcome the challenge of justice appropriately and with determination. It has been made clear that there are various economic and social challenges that have arisen in recent years. And this is partly as a result of technological change. I would therefore like to echo what the Ambassador Paula Hernandez said, which is that we need to do more and we can do more. I do hope that that will be the case. Thank you.
And now I give the floor to the President of Uruguay, followed by Cabo Verde. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Very briefly, I would also just like to express my thanks to the government of Chile for convening this meeting and for providing the facilities for this meeting. I'd like to congratulate our colleague, the Ambassador of Chile to the United Nations, upon this organizational work which has allowed today's meeting to take place here in Santiago. I can be very brief. I just wanted to point out some of what Uruguay has been doing in our attempts to grapple with all of these challenges that many colleagues have been mentioning, challenges pertaining to the evolving labor market. First of all, we have a national training sector which has been working for decades, and this provides professional and vocational training opportunities for people who wish to reskill or upskill and perhaps change careers. This is particularly geared towards those who have lost their jobs, and of course this is becoming increasingly important in a world in which advances in technology may lead to people losing their jobs, those who may lose out as a result of this technological change that is happening so quickly. We've also established a new system for information on the labor market. This is a system that is geared towards providing timely information on the latest trends and changes in the labor market so that people can access this kind of information in a timely manner, and these are very reliable sources that are used for that information to be provided. The overarching goal of that program is to provide reliable information for citizens who wish to understand what are these latest trends and perhaps adapt to the changes. We think this is an important way of providing reliable guidance for people who wish to undertake these career changes. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security is part of this system. We also have a program for women working in the IT sector. Of course, this is part of the technological change that is going on. In August 2021, we rolled out a specific project to increase women's access to job opportunities in the IT sector. We have a particular unit that works with the government units, even though it is in fact part of the private sector, to try to bring about these changes and to increase women's opportunities in the ICT sector. This includes improving salaries and increasing social protection. There are highly qualified staff working in this unit to try to provide the best possible support. I'm just skipping over some of my notes here to save time, but ultimately, as I say, the goal is to close the gap that exists, the gender gap that exists between women and men in the IT sector and also in the informal sector of work, to ensure that people can have greater opportunities in the formal sector. The aim is to tap into qualified human resources to help these people who wish to access these services. These are sectors that are rapidly expanding in Uruguay. Sometimes there are difficulties in filling posts because people don't have the requisite skills to access these jobs. And so, of course, training people is also part and parcel of this process. Thirdly, I'd just like to say that we're also carrying out labor market studies to try to keep pace with the changes that are taking place and to understand what is happening and the impacts that these have on the structures of the labor market. The Ministry of Labor has drafted a comprehensive plan to promote dignified, decent jobs for everyone, including, of course, older persons who may not have reached retirement age, who wish to access new labor opportunities. Lastly, two final brief points. We have also rolled out a law that increases opportunities for young people and also older persons who may have been laid off, who wish to access a new opportunity. We have training and retraining opportunities that the law has aimed to beef up. I'm just wrapping up. For young people, there is a specific program that aims to increase their opportunities to ensure that they can access the requisite skills to allow them to access new jobs. Thank you.
I thank the government representative of Uruguay for his statement. Dear colleagues, we're really running short of time, and I would like to again remind you about the 3-minute time limit, and whether you like it or not, I'm afraid I have to go to some restrictive measures and to interrupt the speaker after 3 minutes exceed. So, and I rely on your understanding. So I will give the floor to the permanent representative of Cabo Verde, followed by Suriname. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank our dear colleague, Ambassador Paula, and the government of Chile for hosting this meeting, for the warm welcome, and also the excellent working conditions provided. We listened carefully to the excellent interventions and presentations approaching different aspects of the future of work. We are living in difficult times, triggered by multiple crises, climate change, pandemics, conflicts, provoking a fast-growing number of displaced persons and migration in irregular conditions. This unfavorable global context puts at risk the achievement of the SDGs, many of which are already far behind track. Unfortunately, even more will be left behind, and thus aggravate the global asymmetries and further challenging a global harmonious development. The future of work touches so many other vital areas that we all set as priorities for 2024 and upcoming years. Cabo Verde, a country with a diaspora twice the size of its resident population, and more recently also chosen as destination by migrants from other countries, in particular our own sub-region and continent, pays therefore very special attention to the well-being of our diaspora abroad and those that we welcome in our islands. This implies access of decent work and fair conditions that allow all those involved to take care of their respective families. The challenges that we face are huge and include facing the impact of climate crisis through adaptation and building resilience, transition to green and blue economies without heavy burdens on the working class, just digital transition, digitalization and AI are changing the world of work, educational training and skilling workers for digitalization and IE, especially youth and women. Gender gap is still a challenging reality for women globally have not yet achieved the long looked for and well-deserved equality at work. And those are just a few. The challenges are not only huge, but also very diversified and interlinked. And we need to introduce coherent strategies to face them both nationally, but also at the global level. We are looking forward to work with all around this table and believe the outcome of this meeting will be an important contribution to the ongoing discussions and preparations for the Summit of the Future and the pact then to be adopted, the High-Level Forum on Sustainable Development, and the Social Summit in 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the permanent representative of Cabo Verde, and now I give the floor to the permanent representative of Suriname. You have the floor, Ambassador, followed by China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I take the opportunity to commend Her Excellency Paula Narvaez, President of ECOSOC, for her leadership in convening this important meeting at the headquarters of ECLAC in Santiago, Chile. We thank the government of Chile for hosting us. Suriname has assumed its duties as a new member of ECOSOC as of January 1st, and we look forward to working with all members of the ECOSOC. We would like to thank all the speakers for their valuable remarks. Mr. Chair, as we all know, the multiple global and national crises, including international finance and debt challenges, effects of the climate crisis, and the impact of the alarming geopolitical tensions have put tremendous pressure on the implementation of the SDGs. Suriname recognizes that the impact of these crises have underscored the urgent need to create better conditions for sustainable, inclusive, and sustained economic growth, shared prosperity, and decent work for all, taking into account the different levels of national development and capacities. Among the challenges are the impact of global crisis, persisting inequalities within and between countries, difficulties faced by developing countries to access affordable financing, the digital gap, unemployment, improving education system, and brain drain. Suriname believes that the following measures are necessary to ensure decent work for all, namely, creating job opportunities, in particular for youth, women, indigenous, and tribal people, and persons with disabilities. Ensure access for all workers to market-oriented technical and vocational education and strengthening of existing training institutions. Creating funding facilities that are accessible for all. Within this context, access to affordable finance remains crucial for developing countries. We need to leverage the benefits of technological advances to ensure an inclusive, accessible, transparent, safe, and secure digitally transformative environment for all. Workforce skills development and the transfer of technology are crucial to bridge the existing digital gaps. We should continue to strengthen strategic national and global partnership to address the challenges and opportunities of a changing labor market, as this will positively contribute to our economies, societies, and the environment. Wage growth to offset the impact of inflation and the high cost of living. The need to address brain drain, which is a major challenge for developing countries. Addressing the challenges of informal employment, gender disparities, and high youth employment in developing countries. Regulate the phenomenon of remote workers that arose as a direct result of COVID-19 pandemic. Taking into account the critical importance of decent work as an enabler for sustainable poverty alleviation, inclusive growth and development, Suriname has initiated several policy and legislative measures with an emphasis on job opportunities, productivity and sustainable growth, livelihood, human capital and a skilled workforce, labor market governance and labor rights. We remain committed to continue to work through partnerships towards boosting the local production of goods and services in order to achieve economic growth. Suriname is committed to ensure better working conditions, better social protection for workers, and a safe labor market that is inclusive for all. In closing, together with our national and global partners, Suriname is committed to navigating the opportunities and challenges presented by the evolving labor market with a dedicated focus on ensuring decent work for all, aligned with the SDGs. Thank you, Chair. I thank the representative of Suriname for his statement, and now give the floor to the representative of the People's Republic of China. You have the floor, sir. Followed by, just give me a second, by Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the ECOSOC for organizing today, and also like to say thank you to the Chilean government for providing the facilities. At present, the international landscape is fraught with turbulence. The world economy, in the doldrums, the development, the gap between North and South widened, and the implementation of the 2030 agenda facing unprecedented challenge. In the field of employment, issues such as inequality, discrimination, marginalization are becoming increasingly prominent. Here, China would like to put forward 3 points. First, commit to a people-centered approach. We should act in the fundamental interests of workers, make great efforts to increase employment opportunities and quality, income levels, and social security, so that the fruits of development can benefit all in a greater and more equitable manner. Second, committed to the protection and improvement of people's livelihoods. In the course of development, we need to continue to enhance the balance, coordination, and inclusiveness of development, the development of human resources, the development of labor governance, and ensure a positive relationship between high-quality development and the people's livelihoods. Third, commit to inclusive cooperation, uphold the concept of global governance based on common cause and shared responsibility and benefits, and true multilateralism, strengthen development cooperation, and support countries in exploring a model of labor governance in line with their own national conditions. The Chinese government has always made the promotion of people's livelihoods and welfare the fundamental goal of its economic and social development, and has actively implemented the employment first strategy. And we have achieved relatively adequate employment in its large developing countries of more than 1.4 billion people. People's sense of gain, happiness, and security has become more abundant, more secure, and more sustainable. In particular, in addition, the government has also issued relevant regulations to further regulate recruitment practices and promote women's employment, and established and improved the market supervision for women. China is ready to work with all parties in the international community to promote better quality and full employment, and to accelerate the implementation of economic growth and decent employment goals of 2030 agenda, truly leaving no country or person behind. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the People's Republic of China for his statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Brazil, followed by Germany. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the last UN General Assembly, President Lula, a former union leader himself, announced Brazil's priority as the chair of G20 group in 2024. The fight against inequalities will be at the core of the G20 agenda. Inequality in all dimensions, social, economic, and political inequalities within and between countries, as well as regional, gender, racial, and digital inequalities. G20 motto this year will be Building a Just World and a Sustainable Planet. The Brazil chair of the G20 this year will coordinate discussions aimed at social inclusion, fight against hunger, sustainable development, and reform of global governance institutions. At the same UN General Assembly, President Lula and President Biden launched the joint Brazil-US initiative on the advancement of decent work in the 21st century economy. The initiative reinforced the commitment of both countries to face 5 challenges and goals affecting work nowadays. To seek the protection of workers around the world, including the right to collective negotiations, as well as the eradication of forced labor and child labor. The promotion of investments that create quality jobs in the formal sector, reduce precariousness, and promote unionization of workers. The promotion of worker-centered approach to digital and clean energy transition. The mitigation of the impacts of technological advances on work relationships. And fifth, fight against discrimination in the workplace, especially for women, LGBTQI+ people, marginalized racial and ethnic groups. The idea of both presidents is to encourage the participation of ILO and other countries in this joint effort. Brazil has already circulated the proposed issue note for the G20 Empowerment Working Group, the working group that deals with work in G20. And we await the reaction of our partners. In G20, Brazil intends to discuss way of creating quality employment and promoting decent work to ensure social inclusion and to eliminate poverty. In this chapter, Brazil wants to discuss ways of encouraging decent work through social dialogue and collective bargaining, stressing importance of social security as mentioned in the ILO Decent Work Agenda. Second proposed thematic axis in G20 this year is ways of seeking a just transition in the face of digital and energy transformation. It will be followed by the chapters 3 technologies as a means to improve the quality of life for all, and gender equity and the promotion of diversity in the world of employment. In the chapter related to gender equity, discussion will concentrate on the social security and gender equity. Thank you very much.
My apologies, as I warned you, colleagues. So with this, I would like to give the floor to the representative of Germany, followed by the Russian Federation. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And many thanks once again to the government of Chile and all who contributed for the hospitality we are experiencing here. I do not have a pre-prepared statement, but rather a comment questions to the distinguished panelists. Many speakers today emphasized education as a key or the key element to add opportunities for employment creation. We would agree. In Germany, we have the so-called dual education, which was also mentioned at our ASA visit yesterday as one possible solution. To the speakers, what would you propose for enhanced education possibilities and or measures worldwide or on a national basis? Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany for his short question. Thank you. And сейчас я хотел предоставить слово.
And now I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Пожалуйста, вам слово.
You have the floor. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Rahmatulin, Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to the United Nations. Excellency, Ms. Claudina Anostrom from Sweden, and Excellencies, Ms. Claudia Fuentes Julio, Permanent Representative of Chile to the UN and international organizations in Geneva. Colleagues from unions, civil society, allow me first of all echo the thanks on behalf of the Permanent Mission of Russia in New York and express our gratitude to the government of Chile, particularly the president of ECOSOC, for organizing this very timely event. Russia, including during the Soviet period, has made a significant historic contribution to the creation of contemporary high labor standards alongside the global community. We are interested in advocating for them when faced with the many challenges that have been listed in the materials for this special meeting. I'd like to touch on the impact of digitalization on the labor market. In Russia and in many other countries of our region, including in member states of the Eurasian Economic Union, this factor is already determining the future of work as part of a transition of national economies towards a more science and technology, or the 4.0 economy. The greater use of digital technologies in contemporary production has an impact on the increasing number of jobs. Jobs are being created in the ICT sphere itself and in the service sector too. The type of work is changing too. It's more temporary and flexible. Of course, there are advantages to this. For example, remote work increases opportunity for ensuring decent work for people with disabilities, for example, for women, for also those living in agricultural remote regions. This is particularly important for countries with a vast territory, including my country. But there's also the other side of the coin, as is noted by the ILO. For some categories of workers, there is a greater risk of losing their job or indeed a fall in salary. Remote work can have an impact on indeed expanding the informal economy, and as a risk of social protection not being provided, as well as working hours not being respected, as well as safety standards and guarantees for decent work. Much like previous works, I did prepare a question, so perhaps experts could touch on this if they have time. There is the view that non-standard work is a measure that's actually imposed, and it is not always in line with the interests of workers. This also contradicts the priorities of the ILO, which is humanization of the social and labor relations, and calls into question the opportunity of having simultaneous humanization and digitalization at the same time. So I'd like to hear your views. How can we overcome this contradiction through our joint efforts? Thank you very much. I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statements.
To the representative of Mexico, to be followed by Iraq.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to begin by expressing our thanks for the convening of this important meeting, and I'd like to congratulate Ambassador Narvaez and the government of Chile upon the organization of this meeting. We're also grateful to the speakers in this first round table. As we have heard, we are currently going through a major complex series of changes in the labor market, which has a major impact on our societies. We have been in favor of the international community looking into these changes, particularly looking at the impact on people's lives. The use of AI and digitalization are the main drivers of the changes we're seeing. These changes have economic and social benefits. They promote new forms of jobs, they increase efficiency and increase productivity. Nevertheless, their abuse and the lack of regulation can lead to serious consequences, such as the widespread losses of jobs and the undermining of people's working conditions, in which the people who will be most affected are those who are most vulnerable and the least equipped to deal with these changes, most vulnerable in our society. Only 1.5% of the labor force in Mexico it is estimated, has the necessary skills to deal with the challenges posed by AI. Since the pandemic, the increase in the use of remote work has been exponential. Before the pandemic, only 5% of the economically active population actually worked remotely. This has gone up to 22% since the pandemic. Given this backdrop, we are in favor of rolling out innovative policies in lifelong learning and education for people. This has to go hand in hand with a responsible and ethical use of artificial intelligence to ensure that people's rights in the labor domain are appropriately upheld. We need to establish synergies and foster cooperation between multilateral bodies, development agencies, the private sector, and other stakeholders to pinpoint challenges and opportunities to promote greater coordination and redouble efforts in the promotion of digital capacities, as well as capacities in science, technology, and innovation, putting a particular focus on the empowerment of women, young people, and older persons. We are in favor of promoting trust and confidence between nations in these domains and technological leaders, and this is something that must be done jointly. Mexico has also been looking into all of these changes, and we periodically bring forth resolutions on these matters to the General Assembly. We have approved a reform of the labor market law, which improves security and regular contracts for people. We think that we need to bear flexibility in mind when we look at the changes underway in the labor market. We need to ensure that people have the requisite skills to appropriately manage the new digital tools and the tools that are being rolled out. We need to ensure that people can take advantage of these new opportunities. We need to ensure that the regulatory frameworks are up to date with these challenges as well. This includes the care sector and appropriate security at work too. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Mexico for her statement. Dear colleagues, I make some short procedural announcement. We have our interpretation till 1:10. At 1:10, there will be no interpretation. At 1 o'clock, I'm going to turn the floor back to moderator and to the panelists for their reaction. And after they are over with their feedback, we will continue with the national statements. So with this, so we have more speakers, remaining speakers: Iraq, Pakistan, Senegal, Egypt, India, Afghanistan, Nepal, and Nigeria. So again, after 1:10, there will be no interpretation, and please be aware of that. With this, now I turn the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq, followed by Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you. May the blessings and peace of God be with you all. Firstly, I would like to express our gratitude to the government of Chile for convening this special ECOSOC meeting. I would like to touch on the efforts made by the Iraqi government to create a good working environment. Amongst its programs and efforts that are being undertaken, first of all, we have the expansion of professional training programs. Our government seeks to expand vocational training so that young people in Iraq have access to labor markets. These training programs include promoting technical and artisan skills as well as basic skills too, and it provides all Iraqi citizens of all age, of all levels of education with opportunities. Our government also provides these programs in cooperation with NGOs and education associations. Secondly, we encourage national and foreign investments. The government seeks to encourage these investments in order to guarantee new work opportunities. These efforts include incentives on taxes and financial measures for foreign businesses investing in Iraq. The government also supports SMEs, and these efforts include funding for small-scale projects and medium projects too. The government is also working tirelessly to attract investment and to create better work opportunities. The adoption of legislation to protect the health and rights of workers is also important. This includes new labor legislation which enshrines workers' rights, in addition to safety criteria and health and safety criteria to protect workers against accidents, including this. We also have the Iraqi Environment Fund and a social protection fund. Here, all Iraqi workers can currently benefit from assistance. For example, protection against unemployment, as well as assistance provided to mothers. And we have a culture that promotes the labor market and promotes training centers too. The aim is to roll these efforts out on the ground. We're seeing an increasing number of smaller-scale businesses. Young people are the biggest category in Iraq. The government is working tirelessly also in order to create a job-friendly environment, particularly through encouraging legislation that enshrines workers' rights. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Iraq, and I now give the floor to Pakistan. And after Pakistan, I will turn the floor to the moderator and panelists. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me at the outset thank the government of Chile, in particular Ambassador Paula, for organizing this special meeting of ECOSOC here in Santiago. We are grateful for their generous hospitality. In the interest of time, I'll be brief. We are grateful to the panelists for their insightful presentations, and would like to seek their views on the following two aspects. Firstly, what role the transformation of green economies play in ensuring equal development for all, and whether reform of international financial architecture, including international financial institution, would help in bringing about this transition to green economies and green jobs. Secondly, the panelists talked about the importance of STEM education. We are fully aware that today all developing countries have a young growing population. Even my own country, 60% population is below the age of 25. The developing countries do not have the financial as well as technical resources to promote and ensure quality STEM education for their young population. I would like to seek the views of the panelists how to develop synergies and collaborative networks to ensure that the young people in this world get the STEM education and transition towards the jobs of the future. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for her statement. Now I turn the floor back to the moderator, Ambassador Claudia, to you and to the two colleagues, panelists. You have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, Chair. Agradezco también.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm also very grateful to all delegations for their statements and questions. I think the major challenges that we're all facing have been made crystal clear given what we've heard. To have decent jobs, well, we can't achieve the SDGs unless we ensure that conditions in the labor market are in line with decent opportunities. This is something that we'll be discussing at the Summit of the Future as well as the Summit in 2025. I'd like to offer the floor to the panelists who are here for the last few minutes, if they'd like to comment on what states have said, or if they wish to answer any of the questions that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, first of all, thank Germany and also Pakistan for the questions. For employers, they are no longer hiring people based on degrees. It's based on skills. So work-based learning, apprenticeships, internships, traineeships are absolutely key. And there are innovative apprenticeships today that are not just for young people, but for older workers who are transitioning to new jobs. I would also like to raise the issue of, for employers, you get a job based on your technical skills and you lose it based on your lack of social human skills. And that is what is so great about work-based learning and apprenticeships. You learn to work in an environment, teamwork, cooperation, collaboration. Those are the kinds of skills that you really need to keep your job and to improve. Last thing, there were many very interesting developments in countries around education, skills, working together. But what is really key is partnerships. And I'd like to raise the issue that next week at the Partnership Forum, we are going to be launching a playbook, a guide, that at the local level, resident coordinators should be working with the private sector in the development, planning, but also implementation of the cooperative frameworks, of the country analysis. This is where private sector, particularly on the technology side, is really making an impact on infrastructure projects, etc. And lastly, the VNRs, which will be coming up at the high-level political forum. We take note that only last year, one country, from what we could see, had someone from the private sector joining. And we really would like to see more inclusiveness in looking at these various UN processes. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Chia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gopal. I give the floor now to Mr. David Acuña. Thank you very much also for the questions. It's difficult to answer the questions that have been raised in such a short time. These are very broad questions that perhaps would require more time to respond, but certainly I can say that in Chile, we have new training programs that have been rolled out. We have a new national training unit, for instance, that aims to look at the different realities, in particular at the local level. Chile is, of course, a huge country, and so there are different realities in different regions of the country. And so the aim is to look at what is going on in each region specifically. We think that we need to have these training procedures in place so that people can convert to new careers if they wish to. But when we talk about transitions, we need to make sure that these are fair transitions as well. And that is where social dialogue has a critical role to play. There needs to be a frank, candid dialogue that needs to take place to ensure that people's labor rights are upheld. These are changes that need to take place so that we don't just talk about technological changes, but also social changes that need to take place. We need to ensure that there is added value in the specific industries that each country has. Chile has many industries that are specific to our country. And so this needs to be a process that is tailored to what is going on in the various sectors. No worker is necessarily losing out. We can all win. We can put people at the heart of this process to preempt the changes that we know are going to come and promote policies that bring about better jobs for people, decent jobs. This means promoting social dialogue by improving the institutions that are already in place, to improve the quality of the jobs that exist, and to strengthen people's skills, and tripartite agreements need to be put in place to do this as well. Thank you.
Ahora sí. Muchas gracias por las intervenciones.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you all, and I give the floor back to the chair.
I thank moderator, Ambassador Puentes, Julio, and panelists for very valuable remarks and contribution. And now would like to continue with the list of speakers. And first I have a representative of Senegal. You have the floor, sir. Sorry, followed by Egypt, Senegal.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. At the outset, I wish to thank the Chilean government for the warm welcome that has been extended to us during our stay here in Santiago. I'd also like to take this opportunity to welcome the initiative taken by the Ambassador, Her Excellency Paula Navarez, President of ECOSOC, to convene in Santiago this meeting on a topic which we must admit is haunting political decision makers, and we don't discuss this enough at the UN, particularly when compared to the other SDGs, whereas employment and growth is one of the key issues. Once the world had faced the shockwaves of COVID-19 and the political situation too, as well as the degradation of the macroeconomic situation, which has had significant impact on jobs and employment, industrial activity, investment, and trade around the world have also suffered from the shockwaves of the directors and decisions made by them of central banks. Linked to this is climate change, protection of biodiversity, the fight against desertification. These are all major challenges when we're faced to the needs of industrialization and the demographic growth in many countries. Talking about population, predictions for 2050 means that there'll be 9.7 billion people in the world, with a doubling of the population in Africa. Africa is a young continent. 60% of its population is 24 years old. For us, developing countries, and in Africa particularly, we need to think about education, training, the job machine, but also the choice of investments to reabsorb unemployment and move beyond this. This is a challenge that my country, Senegal, has tried to address through innovating, through social inclusion programs, for example. I'll just, for reasons of time, quote one, which is focused on youth employment and which seeks social economic inclusion of young people in an inclusive way. With a territorial angle too. Senegal has expanded the State Employment Convention to agriculture and agribusiness, and this initiative should create 15,000 decent jobs. I'd also like to recall that during the Summit on Biodiversity in September 2020, the Secretary General recommended to include nature-based solutions into post-COVID recovery plans, and of course, development plans more generally. Recalling that global economic forums indicated that new trade opportunities linked to nature could create millions of jobs by 2030. By way of an example, in Africa, we have the Great Green Wall, which has already created 337,000 jobs. So I'd say that the potential is there, and it's there to fight against climate change and also create decent jobs at the same time. I'd like to conclude by underscoring that for us, the priority should be rural people and women, because as we see it, if they benefit, then there will be very, very positive repercussions for our society. And of course, through entrepreneurship and microfinance, using those as tools in our work to tackle poverty. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Senegal for his statement, and now I turn the floor to Egypt. So yes, as I said before, we have to now release our interpreters, express them our gratitude and thanks for their labor. And now we turn to Egypt, to be followed by India. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Egypt appreciates holding these meetings, given the importance of the topic of the future of work and its contribution to shaping the future of global economy and achieving sustainable development goals, especially in light of the digital and knowledge gap that developing countries suffer from, which necessitate intensifying international cooperation to frame the exchange of technological knowledge and build and enhance capabilities in this regard. The importance of joint work in order to qualify developing countries to be more prepared for jobs of the future by training their workforce in the modern skills required to perform these jobs and localizing technological knowledge in these countries. In this context, International Monetary Fund statistics indicate that although 85 million jobs will be eliminated, 97 million jobs will be also created in the same time and in the same period. The transition between these jobs will require capacity building and knowledge exchange in a fair and transparent manner, so that developed countries do not monopolize the positive economic effects of these technological developments, which will lead to an increase in the digital and technological gaps, as well as an increase in the inequality between developing countries and developed countries, and might also result in an expansion of the area of poverty, crime, and illegal immigration. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Egypt for his statement, and now give the floor to the representative of India, to be followed by Afghanistan.
Thank you, Chair. I'll come straight to the point. Technology is changing work environment fast. As the old jobs are becoming redundant and new jobs are being created, the focus is on skill generation and skill reorientation, which are necessary to maintain employability in a changing work environment. So India focuses on skill generation through direct government initiatives and government-assisted programs led by the industry. Few important missions that I mentioned. One is Skill India mission. This implementing skill-based training, where the trainees get certification recognized by the industry, and also skill-based training in school curriculum. Coming to the digital technology, we are well aware of the growing use of digital technology in the country, because in any case, India has a large IT manpower that serves not only the country, but many developed countries. The digital transaction has reached a level of $80 billion per year. This is the 8th largest globally. We have created our own platform called Unified Payment Interface, which is a very cost-effective platform for the digital transaction besides the usual standard ones. All these are creating new employment opportunities and need for new skill development. We have a program called Skill India Digital and Digital India Mission for helping young Indians to acquire this skill in digital sphere. This is creating jobs not only in the cosmopolitan cities, which is driven by the major big companies, but these programs are creating jobs in the tier 2 or other cities, and more particularly in the tier 3 or small towns. because these technologies are being used more and more in smaller towns and the skills are being generated there. One of our pilot program is called Prime Minister's Skill Development Program, called PMKVY in short form. 3 versions of this have been launched in 2015. PMKVY 1.0 in 2015, 2.0 in 2016, and 3.0 in 2021. In these years, from 2015 to 2022, we have trained 14 million people, specifically in this program. We now have announced the 4th version in the last budget. This is going to provide training in all the in things like Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, robotics, mechatronics, Internet of Things, and drones. In short, we believe that industry has to be the main driver, with the government providing policy formulation and, most importantly, national incentives. Thank you.
I thank the representative of India for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of Afghanistan, followed by Nepal. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to also join the previous speakers in expressing our appreciation to the government of Chile and the president of ECOSOC, Ambassador Paula, for organizing this special meeting and for the warm hospitality, including the ECLAC for hosting us. For the sake of, in the interest of time, I would like to be very brief and just would like to echo the previous speakers. And also I would like to commend and express our appreciation to the moderator and to the panelists for very valuable remarks. I would like to emphasize the quality of education as it was stated by the speakers. The importance of educational system and equitable access in society for all, especially for women, the youth, and migrants, and people with disability. This cannot, of course, be realized without robust social protection systems. That was also stated in the statements. And this requires national actions and policies. And the national action policies require, and there is a need for effective, accountable, and inclusive governance. That was also, Mr. David, he also pointed out about the social justice, the importance of democracy, and linking political dialogue to the discussions. These are the key issues and I wanted to highlight, and I will stop here. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Afghanistan for his statement and now I give the floor to the representative of Nepal, followed by Nigeria.
Mr. President, I thank you for the floor. Before I commence, I would like to extend my thankfulness and appreciation to UN ECLAC and the government of Chile for the excellent arrangement and gracious hospitality extended to us. I highly appreciate Her Excellency Paula Narvaez, President of the ECOSOC, for her excellent leadership. The statements and discussion have been highly insightful and much pertinent to the topic. Mr. President, as expressed by the distinguished speakers, we are indeed in a highly challenging time dominated by the crisis and conflicts. On this, I would like to highlight that the least developed countries like Nepal bear the disproportionate brunt of the challenges. The asymmetric recovery from the pandemic has further exacerbated the labor market in developing countries. Climate change has very harsh impact on agricultural productivity, leading to deterioration of benefits of the labor, including loss of their jobs. LDCs have a very unstable and unsustainable labor market. The new changes neither allow stabilizing the existing opportunity nor bringing the new opportunity due to lack of development trends. On the one hand, we must bring in the process and products of AI and digital advancement in our development. On the other hand, it will badly harm the job opportunity available now while creating the shortage of skills in the new field. In this context, we highly recommend that the UN and the development partners should focus on ways to expand the capacity building measures in the innovation, AI, and digital sectors, and green transition in the developing countries, including the least developed countries. Besides, Climate adaptation funds should also be utilized for helping recovery from the crisis. The government of Nepal is fully committed to making the labor market in Nepal resilient and further expanding and enhancing social protection in Nepal in collaboration with the development partners. We expect the enhanced support and cooperation from the United Nations and the development partners to address the challenges and the crisis. We must reaffirm our commitment to leaving no one behind. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Nepal for his statement and now turn the floor to the representative of Nigeria to be followed by South Africa. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to also express profound appreciation to Ambassador Paula for convening this very crucial meeting, and also to the government of Chile for hosting us in this beautiful city of Santiago. The theme of this meeting is very apt and imperative to the continued existence of workers and jobs. While the advancement of technology and digitalization is not only beneficial, but also rapidly expanding to all walks of life, now is the time to take action to ensure that technology in the work environment does not replace people. There is the urgent need to increase campaign for promoting vocational job opportunities and also ensure that there is value addition to those jobs that bear human faces, especially for women and youth in vulnerable situations. In conclusion, there is need to prioritize the place of peace and stability in all multilateral discussions. Conflicts obviously set us back in our efforts to improve the future of work and the workers, as well as increases the rapidly worsening global statistics of unemployment. And we must intensify global efforts in solidarity, in conflict prevention, and as well as all peace processes in conflict regions of the world. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Nigeria for her statement, and now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I first wish to thank Ambassador Paula Narvaez for arranging this meeting and thank the government of Chile for hosting it. I also wish to appreciate the inputs from all the panel members, but also the perspectives that have been shared by our colleagues this morning. I, Chair, had a question for Chair Hopper because I thought she made a very good point, but of course that has passed. But I'll nonetheless ask that question because I suppose it's for all of us to ponder on that question. But she reminded us that after all, it is at the UN where global problem solving takes place, and specifically asked us to enhance global solidarity so that we can assist national, regional efforts to deal with the difficulties that are there, the challenges around the SDGs, the different transitions, but specifically asking us to enhance that global solidarity. And I'd like to add to that there was an UNCTAD report that came out around March, and this was a report on innovation, technology and innovation. And in that report, already it was highlighted that developing countries were not taking advantage and were not ready in terms of capacity and capabilities to take advantage of green transitions. And I would also argue digital transitions. So taking that into account, my question is, how can we enhance that global solidarity, as you were asking us, Shia, to make sure that we don't have this gap, because this gap, this inability of developing countries will lead to growing economic inequalities amongst us. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished pyramid representative of South Africa. And If I ask you about 1 minute, Chair, if you could respond to the question. If you have 1 minute only.
Thank you very much for that question. I do have to say that I've worked in various international organizations, but in coming to New York, I do see a disconnect between what is being said in Geneva, what is being said in New York. And then when we go to, we're speaking about jobs and SDGs, but we're forgetting that the real implementation is at the local level. So during the LDC5 conference, we came up with some solutions of how we can work together. I think one of the best things is best practices and sharing. And the example of Germany and also Switzerland and some of these countries, for instance, in apprenticeships, them sharing some of their best practices and implementing those kind of programs in less developed countries is really critical. And when I ran a public-private partnership actually around apprenticeships, that's exactly what we did. We had many of the countries which were advanced. And by the way, your country is a good example of work-based learning. We shared this with other countries so that they could take on some of these lessons learned that others have already had, but also sharing of technology and the passing of this from one to the other. But I think the critical thing is bringing people together at all the different levels and making sure that we support one another in the areas where we can. And I think technology, education, there are many lessons to be learned, but maybe I'll stop there.
I thank you very much for your feedback. Dear colleagues, excellencies, we have thus come to the end of the first meeting, and I thank you all for your active participation in the engaging discussions. And now we will have a lunch kindly provided with, by the hosts, and I hope that the hosts will show us the way how to get to the place where it's served. I heard it's on Esplanada Norte. Yes, we'll get the announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. A quick announcement about lunch. Please, the QR codes on your badges are your lunch ticket. And lunch is being served at Esplanade Norte, which is 1 floor down. Go right and right again. Or follow the crowd.
Always right. Dear colleagues, the council will reconvene at 3 p.m. sharp at this conference room to hold a roundtable discussion on harnessing impacts of emerging technologies to support inclusive labor markets. The meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon, Ms. Doreen. Can you hear us? Can we test the connection, please? To you?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay from Geneva?
Perfect, we can see you and we can hear you very well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, I call to order the second meeting of the special meeting of the Economic and Social Council on the Future of Work towards Productive, Inclusive, and Sustainable Global Society. This afternoon, the Council will hold a roundtable discussing the topic, harnessing the impacts of emerging technologies to support inclusive labor markets. This interactive discussion will discuss the possibilities and limitations of technology in the labor market and policy options to address them. I'm pleased to welcome the distinguished speakers joining us for this discussion. The keynote speaker, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union, who is joining us virtually. The panelists, Her Excellency Aizen Echeverri, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of Chile. Mr. Philippe Pollier, Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs, and Mr. Alex Mavuti, representing the Sendai Stakeholder Mechanism. I am also pleased to welcome the moderator, Mr. Robert Kirkpatrick, Senior Advisor on Technology and Artificial Intelligence and Data Miner. I also acknowledge the participation of the discussant, His Excellency Alejandro Solano Ortiz, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. We will begin the discussion by listening to a keynote statement by Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. Ms. Bogdan-Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening from Geneva. Let me start by thanking Her Excellency Ambassador Paula, President of ECOSOC, for this opportunity. I really wish I was with you there in person, and it's nice to see so many friends in the room there with you. In preparing for this session, I was actually thinking back to kind of the late 1990s and early 2000, when the internet revolution helped to fuel a productivity boom, and it brought with it rapid economic growth, rising wages, and low inflation. And I say that because when I was in Davos last week for the World Economic Forum, I did hear many global leaders predict something similar, perhaps even stronger, meaning a trend would emerge from technologies like artificial intelligence, not to mention, of course, AI's huge potential accelerator effect on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But few could say when or precisely how this latest boom would actually unfold. I think what's clear is that emerging technologies are already having, and they will continue to have, a major but mixed impact on jobs and the future of work. Just a few days ago, we heard from the International Monetary Fund, and they said that AI will affect almost 40% of jobs globally. For some occupations, AI will support or augment, as some are saying, rather than actually substitute, helping workers become then more productive and generating added values to these roles. But of course, for others, the prospect of displacement is real, leading to lower labor demands, lower wages, and in extreme cases, jobs disappearing entirely. Now, not all countries will face the same risks. In advanced economies, we've been seeing numbers. Something like AI could impact 60% of jobs compared to 26% in lower income economies. And I think this shows very clearly that countries are at very different stages when it comes to their digital transformation journeys. And this disparity could worsen global inequality, especially in low income economies. And I think we can't let that happen on our watch, and we really need to take action. And as the UNSG said quite clearly in Davos, we do need a systematic effort to be able to increase access to AI so that developing countries can benefit from its enormous potential. And I believe that that systematic effort means supporting low-income countries in what I would say would be three key areas. And the first, probably not a surprise, would be infrastructure, because you can't be part of the AI revolution or participate in the increasingly digital future of work if you're actually not connected in the first place. And this is the case for 2.6 billion people around the world today, many in least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, small island states that have never, ever connected. And these countries face various infrastructure challenges that prevent them from being able to unleash and join in terms of the benefits of digital. And that's why we need different strategies to address these challenges, from creating the enabling regulatory environment and framework for investment, to driving forward bold initiatives like our Partner to Connect digital coalition that has mobilized close to 37 billion in commitments for connectivity. The second area I want to also highlight is that of skills, because digital infrastructure is of little consequence to those that actually don't know how to reap the benefits from it. And hundreds of millions of jobs are going to require digital skills by 2030, and we need to ensure that we're developing the right skills. That has to be the first line of defense. And of course, when we look globally, countries are actually not tracking those digital skills, so that becomes a challenge when it comes to measurement. I think it's important to consider, when we look at one of the World Bank's numbers, that 70% of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries cannot read or understand a simple sentence. This is something that was a result in part of the pandemic's devastating impact on learning, and it also impacts further digital skills development. And that's why we're very focused on boosting digital skills. It's at the heart of our work. With ILO, we're part of the UN Global Initiative for Decent Jobs for Youth and the ITU ILO Digital Skills Campaign, because we want to shape that future-ready workforce in the countries that need it most. And that includes that basic skills training that can really be life-changing, especially for vulnerable groups like women and girls, who represent a disproportionate and growing share of the global offline population. And that brings me, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to my third and final point, area of action, and that is digital capacity building support. Last year, we met with many UNRCs. 80% of the UNRCs in lower middle income countries reported that their host country had requested support on digital technologies and digital cooperation. And our own ITU work, we've done an AI readiness survey amongst our member states, and these countries are looking to the ITUs to support capacity building. And that's why we're integrating artificial intelligence in our support to all countries in digital transformation, and we're making these offerings together with our partners and friends at UNDP. And we believe that this will help enhance job opportunities in the tech sector right across different regions, helping lower middle income countries capitalize on these efforts, such as STEM education and labor force reskilling, especially in countries that have low technological capabilities. So, ladies and gentlemen, the future of work is not predetermined, and I think the path of AI is not set in stone. But I do think that the decisions that we make today will impact how AI and other emerging technologies shape what it means to make a living, what it means to learn, and to participate in an increasingly digital workforce. When workers can access jobs, when they can learn new skills, when they can expand their businesses to new markets and access crucial services such as education and healthcare, because then the entire global population benefits. And by connecting low-income communities, doubling down on skills and incorporating digital inclusion into their economic policy, we can ensure that AI and emerging technologies work to bridge the digital divide and not deepen it. Thank you again for this opportunity, and it's a real pleasure to be with you this evening from Geneva. Back over to you. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, Secretary General of ITU, for her insightful presentation, and I now turn over the floor to Mr. Robert Kirkpatrick to moderate the presentations, and I look forward for an interesting discussion. Mr. Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our topic today is emerging technologies in supporting inclusive labor markets, by which, as the Secretary General of ITU has already alluded to, should probably be understood to refer primarily to artificial intelligence and automation for the purposes of today's discussion. She noted the mixed impact on jobs, and this is a theme I wanted to touch briefly on going into our discussion. Humility is going to be warranted here. This is a fast-moving phenomenon, the likes of which the world has never seen. I've been working in this field for 17 years as a practitioner, as a mobilizer of groups around innovation in this area. I did not think we'd be where we are today in 2034, let alone 2024. And the words of caution from Professor Kentaro Toyama at Berkeley, which he's been repeating now for more than a decade, have never been more relevant. Technology is never neutral. Don't find yourself saying those words. Rather, it amplifies human intent, right? And it does so in proportion to how well equipped you already are at the moment that technology appears to take advantage of what it has to offer. And AI arguably has more to offer than any technology in human history. If your intent is to contribute to a better future for your family, for your community, and for the planet, these technologies have an important role to play. But the same goes for those with malintent. You could probably remember, again, the Secretary General was referring to this, you can remember the early days of the World Wide Web, where a Bill Gates and a 9-year-old girl could both set up a website and anybody could come and see it and they could have a presence online. And everybody thought this is going to level the playing field. But within a decade, we have one place we go for search, one place we go for auctions, one place we go for retail. You get the idea. Those who can move quickest take advantage and leave everyone else behind. And the risk of being left behind is exactly what we have to worry about today and why we're here. Even before ChatGPT showed up in the world, we all had a front row seat watching the previous version of artificial intelligence in social media and digital advertising, bring us surveillance capitalism, mass surveillance, and the most astonishing concentration of wealth the world has ever seen. Generative AI, likewise, will surely play a role in curing cancer, delivering on the promise of nuclear fusion, accelerating efforts around climate adaptation, and lowering many barriers to inclusion. But I do not believe it will level the playing field no matter what we do. Likewise, no matter what we do, it will raise the ceiling. It already is. The question before us today is how to make sure it raises the floor as well. One last point on our topic today before we hear from our speakers. There's rightly been a serious discussion in recent months about what happens when we become dependent on AI and automation for our every need. The word enfeeblement is used a lot. In delegating to these technologies, we allow them to change us. There are historical examples of this. How many people can you give directions to on how to get from point A to point B in a world of Google Maps and GPS? How many phone numbers do you have memorized now that you have a smartphone? We delegate and we let that go. But there are nuanced risks that come into play in the workplace. As a final scenario, imagine you're the boss and you give a promising employee a challenging job. Go look at this problem and solve it. Let's say the employee runs off and uses AI, say to write a report on a complex situation, and soon they hand you exactly the high quality report they would have been able to hand you without AI, but maybe a little sooner. That's good if you're only looking at output, at productivity. But at the end of the process, you also still have an employee of the same quality. And that's not good, because doing the work and grappling with the task changes us for the better. We have to be very careful and a little suspicious of the hidden costs we might be paying in this transaction. So without further ado, let us turn to our esteemed panelists. The questions before us for all of you are, how does technological advancement impact jobs and wage polarization? And what role do macroeconomic policies play? 2, what are the changes required in education and vocational training to meet the need for new skills brought about by technological advances? And finally, 3, how might closing the digital divide benefit low-skilled workers, particularly in developing countries and marginalized communities? I must ask you each to limit your remarks to approximately 3 minutes. Turning first to Mrs. Xirinachs, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. My thanks to the Vice Chair and to everybody. Welcome to Chile. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for organizing this meeting. Well, we've been working on the issue of AI for a little while now, and I'd like to structure my answer into 2 domains. First of all, I'd say that we are fully aware that this technology is having a major impact. We know that this is a technology that's made up ultimately of data, connectivity, and people who are administering the data, and the gap exists in terms of access to these elements, both within countries and also globally, and there is a substantive gap there. We've already heard the director of ITU say that there is a major gap, not just in terms of connectivity, but also in terms of digital access. This can be seen when we look within countries and also within societies. We can also see this if we take a look at the differences in access between women and men. There is a gap there, and there's also a gap at the community level and between regions within countries. There are some people, for instance, in Chile, who have a very limited access to the internet and to these technologies. And so that is critical when we talk about how these technologies will impact our societies. It's something that should be of concern to us. We know that this means that we need to urgently coordinate measures to close these gaps. The age of AI means that we need, given that it's moving so quickly, means that we need to speed up our reactions and the measures that we roll out. We need to look at how we can close these gaps as much as possible. We need to look at how much we as a society are willing to accept in terms of what these technologies actually do for us. When we look at the world of work, we see that we don't really know what's coming. We need to look at the world of research to see what might be coming down the track. At the moment, we only have vague ideas of what AI will bring. The first studies have shown us that the impact of AI is likely to be very different from the impact of previous revolutions. For instance, when the internet came along some 30 years ago. We know that AI is likely to supplant a lot of repetitive tasks, and that may have a massive impact on the labor market. Secondly, we also are aware that there is a major effect on productivity as well. Studies say that those low wage workers who are able to increase their digital skills and become familiar with AI can significantly boost their income and become more competitive. We don't know if this is going to be a sustainable increase in productivity. Studies are somewhat divided on that, I think. And we don't know exactly what these specific skills that people need to have are. This is something that's changing so fast that people are going to be in danger of training in new skills that soon become very obsolete. So this is something that we need to keep a very close eye on, and this is something that needs to be done in terms of the research that we can carry out. Lastly, coming to the world that we know and the world that we don't know so well, of course, we know that we need to equip people with the relevant skills. People need to have greater digital access. But we don't know exactly how that will be. A few years ago, people were saying that people needed to learn to program and code. And now that seems to be something that's a little bit different. Things are already changing. It's not about how to search information now, but how to verify information. That is a subtle change, but an important change that we've seen over the last 2 years. Of course, 20 years ago, you'd go to a library, you get a book out. That's how you would search for the information. And now we have the internet, but there's something that we need to talk about in terms of how we verify the veracity of the information that people have access to. Finally, just to close my statement, I would just like to talk about how we're dealing with this in Chile. Since 2021, we have an AI policy in place. This is currently being updated, particularly when it comes to the ethical and responsible use of artificial intelligence, where the participation of workers and employers in the labor market is critical, and how we can have a social consensus built around the responsible use of AI. That, of course, involves regulation, but it also involves ensuring that everybody is brought on board in this entire process. Secondly, we have addressed the challenge of these questions by asking questions. We have a committee, an AI committee that has been set up working with academia, business persons and civil society to ask the best and most relevant questions, because we need to have the most up-to-date information that is possible to have. If we roll out measures now that are based on yesterday's information, then those policies are soon going to be obsolete. So we need to make sure we have up-to-date information at all times. Lastly, we're also making headway in terms of regulation. First, on how the state can appropriately regulate these tools and to what extent the state should get involved, and how we interact with citizens in this domain. We have guidelines on the responsible use of artificial intelligence, and we also think that it's very important to look beyond borders. There are no borders when it comes to this technology. This is something that needs to be done at the national, but also at the international level. We need also to think about the appropriate consensus. We need to make this process as participatory as possible. Everybody needs to feel that they are involved in this process. Otherwise, we're going to be leaving people behind. This is a joint international effort that needs to be done. So this forum and the forum provided by UNESCO, ECLAC, the UN in general, all of these fora, all of these multilateral fora are therefore absolutely critical. I would just wrap up by saying that technologies have always scared us from the Industrial Revolution, and since then we have always made sure the best way to ensure that they are not no longer scary to people is by ensuring that people are at the heart of this process, that the process is human-centered. And I think that is something we must always bear in mind when we're dealing with artificial intelligence as well. Of course, we have a lot of work to do, but that's something we should always bear in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for these astute points and sobering points. We don't know where this is going. Wherever it's going there fast, and we need to move quickly in response. I think we're going to need to feel free to take an experimental approach, because we have no choice in our policy approaches, in the use of AI to achieve the SDGs, and frankly, probably to fight fire with fire, to use artificial intelligence to counter misuses of artificial intelligence. It is, after all, the most powerful thing out there at the moment. I would now like to turn to our next panelist, Mr. Felipe Polier. Over to you.
Good afternoon to everyone. It is my pleasure to be here at this meeting. Thank you, Vice President of ECOSOC, Mr. Tarek Ladev, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Tunisia to the United Nations. I will continue my speech in Spanish, considering we are at this region and this is my native language. Quiero saludar a los
I would like to greet ambassadors of member states who are here and their teams, the staff from the Chilean government and representatives of the UN and civil society, and those who are with me on this panel. I'd like to thank the Ambassador, Paulo Narvaez, President of ECOSOC, and all of the Council for inviting me to take part in this meeting. Lastly, before I get into the detail, I'd like to thank all of those workers who are making it possible for me to be here in ECLAC today. According to the ILO, 1 out of every 5 young people is not in education, employment, or training at the moment. At the same time, global rates of youth unemployment are almost 3.5 times higher than the adult unemployment rate. This can be applied both to low-income countries and high-income countries. Bearing this in mind, we can't speak about the future of work without specifically looking at solutions for young people. Digital changes and technologies present opportunities and challenges in this regard. Given that this special meeting of the ECOSOC on the future of work aims to bring about political recommendations that can be implemented to help us in these transitions, I would like to make 4 specific suggestions. First of all, it goes without saying that we must close the digital gap. Although often young people are seen as digital experts, the reality is that many young people don't actually have access to the internet, or don't have the requisite skills. According to the ITU, in low-income countries, only 39% of young people actually use the internet. So we must ensure that we improve the situation, and we need to work together to provide significant connectivity to all young people, that it can be part and parcel of our goal to achieve universal coverage by 2030. This could lead to a net increase of 24 million jobs throughout the world, and 6.4 million of them will be taken up by young people. However, access to the internet also brings with it risks that cannot be overlooked. This includes impacts on people's mental health and well-being. According to the World Health Organization, depression, anxiety, and behavioral problems are some of the highest causes of disease and illness among young people, particularly teenagers. At the same time, suicide is the 4th highest cause of death between young people between the ages of 15 and 29. And in some countries in our region, it's actually the highest cause of death. So if we speak about the interconnection between digital technologies and jobs, many young professionals are expressing concerns about the fact that there is a blurring of the lines between work and their personal life, because they're always expected to be online. They're expected to be available at all times through their phones, but that can make it difficult for them to keep a balance between their leisure time and their jobs, and it can lead to stress and digital exhaustion. The risk of harassment and disinformation are some other of the challenges that we need to address, which are connected to this online participation. So, secondly, to ensure that everybody can really achieve their full potential, we must focus on mental health and well-being as well when we think about policies and programs on the future of work and decent jobs for young people at all levels. Access to the internet is part of this complex, interrelated puzzle, but we must also ensure that once young people have access to the internet, they can fully use its benefits. So thirdly, we must transform education and invest in skills for the future of work. We must guarantee high quality, inclusive, accessible, and affordable, relevant education for all young people. Young people have to be provided with digital skills so that they can tap into the potential provided by these technologies. But we must also ensure that we look at the socio-emotional skills are also part of this education. We must ensure that we bring about a culture of peace and not violence, to promote climate action, justice, and diversity, and prepare young people for this transition. In this regard, the Youth Declaration on the Transformation of Education, which was launched during the Educational Summit in 2022, brings together views, recommendations, and commitments from almost 500,000 young people from more than 170 countries throughout the world. This is a powerful call to action, and I would invite everybody here to use these recommendations in this process. Finally, we need to invest in significant participation, meaningful participation of young people in this process. Many of the challenges that we're talking about cannot be resolved by one person. We need to pool our efforts together and work together. Today, at a time characterized by various interconnected crises such as the climate crisis, conflicts, and stubborn inequalities, this is more important than ever before. The Summit of the Future is a unique opportunity for us to reaffirm our commitments to international cooperation and to rebuild trust in public institutions. Young people's meaningful participation in the process to draft policies and decisions is a critical part of this conversation. Current institutions have a major gap in terms of representation. If we look, for instance, at the number of young people in parliaments, with almost half of the global population being under the age of 30, according to the IPU, only 3% of members of parliament globally are young people. If we look at our organization, the UN, the Pact for the Future is an opportunity for us to look at this problem, to address it, and to make specific commitments to strengthen the mechanisms to allow young people to have a voice now and in the future. I would also like to take this opportunity to think about how we can solve this problem. How many people under 35 are currently part of this discussion? If we want to build trust, we have to include young people in this process. I would like to bring to this discussion the voice of a young Chilean girl, Isidora Uribe, who is actually here in this room. I asked Isidora to prepare 2 paragraphs that I could read out for her here, and her words are probably clearer than I could express myself. So here goes. Very often I come to these kind of fora as a young person, and they provide us with some hope and optimism that we're finally moving towards a future in which I would be able to have a dignified, safe job. But there are other times when attending these discussions and reading these reports, it leads us to think, when will this actually happen? When will something concretely happen? Will we get to where we want to? And Isidora continued as followed. Personally, I think that the response to this begins by working in an intergenerational way, because as we've already seen, young people are not just the future, but we're also the present. It's time for us to be considered as a bridge between the needs that the figures are bearing out and the reality that we're experiencing. As many of us have seen and experienced ourselves barriers such as the digital gap or gender gap or the difficulties of living as a person with a disability. We need these 4 to stop showing young people as an inconvenience and finally make us the bridge that will allow all sectors to open up to new opportunities. Personally, I am greatly looking forward to today's discussion, and you have our office's support to continue working closely with and for young people.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Yes, it's certainly not sufficient for those of us who represent the previous generations to tell young people that we will represent them in these fora and that we know what's best for them. We just got finished commenting on the fact that we have no idea what AI will look like 6 months from now. So we definitely need you here. I'd now like to turn to our last panelist, Mr. Alex Mavuti.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So we've mentioned about AI, and I remember the time I Googled and asked AI, that is ChatGPT, what am I going to eat? And now it's becoming that I should be suspicious because we do not know where we are ending with advancement of technology. Jobs and wage polarization are significantly impacted by technological advancements, and these effects are both positive and negative. On the positive side, technological advancements contribute to increased productivity, creation of new industries and jobs, remote work opportunities for everyone globally, global connectivity and market access. There is boosted innovation, skill development, and economic growth. Technological advancement also leads to the improvement in healthcare, supporting research, which in results leads to healthy communities who contribute to the economic development of their states. However, these advancements might lead to job displacement, where the human workforce becomes obsolete and is replaced by modern technology. This leads to the existence of inequality in wages due to the low skills that are evident. It is important to note that there exists a digital divide, which creates work inequality, which is skills-based, leaving the low and middle skilled workers disadvantaged. When it comes to macroeconomics, the macroeconomics policies play a critical role in economic development, for they influence the overall economic environment, investment, and incentives for innovation. So these policies dictate on the investment in education and training for workers, safeguarding that is social protection, regulations, and fostering global collaboration for economic development. And I do appreciate what Chile is doing, where we have already an AI policy that exists, and this is something that we can emulate, taking it further. So in order to meet the new skills brought about by technological advances and have an inclusive result in involvement in the labor market, several changes in education and vocational training can be put into place. First, integration of technology in education. So this is where we bring about STEM, and in this case I present STEAM, which includes arts in it, and this is in favor of the youth and the young people. We have talent that can be used to generate income, and the youth can be somewhere bringing forth a holistic innovation and creativity among the youth. Secondly, accessibility and inclusivity should be priorities in education, ensuring that the approaches favor persons with disability and other marginalized groups of people. We can adopt a human-centered or people-centered and context-centered design, which ensures that each population brings their need forth and they are considered in every step of development that we put into the technologies that we're developing. And thirdly, investment in soft infrastructure in education will be a critical move to reduce the technological divide among the youth and all other vulnerable, marginalized groups. Further, investing in youth-led entities and initiatives will inform set interventions for the youth, contributing to a brighter future. Finally, closing the digital divide will be a big win to low-skilled workers, particularly in developing countries and marginalized communities, which will lead to, first, access to job opportunities, which will include access to remote work and digital marketplaces, improved digital access, which will enable low-skilled workers to access online trainings and skill development programs, contributing to innovation and growth. And closing this gap will also ensure that information and resources are available to all people in marginalized communities, which include access to policies and opportunities to advance their skills as well as participation in the digital economy. And thirdly, digital access will improve agricultural practices, where weather-focused modern farming techniques and marketing will be improved. And this is because most of the developing countries depend a lot on agriculture, and their economies are also based on their agriculture. Finally, dear colleagues, failure is not a language to speak when it comes to the success of SDGs. Let us collectively, meaningfully, and inclusively work together to get solutions and celebrate the success together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahuti. Yes, it's closing the digital divide will open the power of artificial intelligence to the next generation. But AI also has a role to play in closing that digital divide, because of course, once you have universal connectivity, we see that the technology has now become the mediator, the gatekeeper to almost all digital services. Whether you're talking about a text-based search or speaking to an Alexa or a Siri, and if AI doesn't speak your language, Alexa only speaks 8 languages out of the world's 7,000, then there's a new digital divide that can emerge. We need to make sure that we're pushing very hard on this sector to support the ability to process written and spoken languages, because there are many, many languages that are at risk of being left behind, and otherwise populations will be faced with a choice between being left behind in a digital future or having to leave their language and culture behind in order to get online. So with that, many thanks to our panelists. I will now turn to our discussant, His Excellency Mr. Alejandro Solana Ortiz, for his reflections on what we have heard from the panel and also perhaps to propose a few provocative questions to kickstart the discussion for the rest of today's session. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to thank the panelists for this fruitful exchange. And I'd like to express the following thoughts, focusing on how we can best use these emerging technologies to benefit our efforts, and always including people at the heart of this process. First of all, we have seen the challenges posed by technological innovation, particularly for workers who are not who don't have the right qualifications. We need to reduce the digital gap by implementing initiatives that facilitate access to technology and digital training, particularly in developing countries, so that we can empower low qualified workers. We need to have inclusive work ecosystems by ensuring cooperation between governments, businesses, and organizations, working together to ensure that all workers can benefit equally from these emerging technologies. Secondly, we need to recognize the critical role of macroeconomic policies to mitigate the negative effects of these technologies on employment and wages. We need to have effective governmental policies. Thirdly, we need to have education and training provided. We urgently need to carry out reforms in vocational training and the education system to meet the demands of the new labor market, to ensure that people are equipped to take up the jobs that will be created by these new technologies. We need to incentivize continued lifelong learning. This will allow workers to adapt to the constantly changing labor market, and it will allow us to harness the new opportunities provided by these technologies. To move on to this interactive dialogue, before we do so, I'd like to raise the following questions. How can we integrate the ethical principles of AI and these strategies into the labor market to ensure equal and equitable growth? Secondly, what are the main key strategies that we can use to transform the education and vocational training systems? How can we best use technologies to benefit workers who don't have the requisite skills? What innovative measures can be used to foster a culture of lifelong learning, in particular those working in sectors that are most susceptible to emerging technologies? And in what context, in this context of accelerating digital trends, what are the policies and initiatives that can guarantee equal access to these technologies? I'll just touch briefly on a few things that my country, Costa Rica, has done in this area. First of all, we have the Empleate program, which offers training for people who wish to retrain or to change careers. The goal here is to promote social reintegration, and this is particularly geared towards women and young people, persons with disabilities, those who may be more vulnerable to being excluded from the labor market. We also have another strategy called the Brete strategy, which aims to ensure there is the appropriate link between supply and demand to ensure that people can take up the jobs that are available. And thirdly, since 2020, we have our NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution, which has brought about a unit that is determined, that is geared toward ensuring an environmentally sustainable transition. The aim here is to decarbonize our economy and to ensure a fair, equitable transition towards the new green economy that we are bringing about in line with our environmental commitments. We have identified areas such as transport and energy as being critical in this process. As our ASG said, we need to move from words to deeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for these suggestions and the example of Costa Rica. With this, I now give the floor back to our chair for the interactive portion.
Thank you, moderator, for skillfully guiding the panel discussion. I also thank the distinguished guest speakers for their insightful presentations and contributions. I now open the floor for the interactive discussion. Participants wishing to take the floor should indicate by raising their name plates. I would like to remind speakers of the time limit of 3 minutes for intervention in order to give all those wishing to speak the opportunity to take the floor. I have on my list Canada, distinguished representative of Canada, Ambassador Bob Ray, who will be followed by the distinguished representative of Colombia. Bob, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, my friend. Tarek, it was an excellent discussion. And I say to Felipe that I started my political career when I was 30, which is more than 5 years ago. So I can tell you that your desire to have greater youth participation is exactly right. And I encourage you to do it. I encourage all young people to get involved at an early age and not wait for older people to step aside because they're going to need a push. And it's going to take, I think, a change in climate that will allow us to do this. And I would directly encourage you to do it. And I think all of us in our institutions, our roles, we have an obligation to really actively engage young people, but also to give young people an opportunity to express their strongest opinions about what needs to be done. Let me just make a couple of points. The first one is that the debate around the role of technology in displacing workers is about, at least in modern times, 500 or 600 years old. From the start of the Industrial Revolution, workers have expressed the deepest of concern about what the machine would do to them. So you have the machines destroying the guilds. You then have ever more creative forms of innovation taking place. You then have a great debate that took place, started in the 1950s in North America, and I'm sure elsewhere, on what was the role of automation going to be, and that was going to be destructive and terrible. My point is not to dismiss the concern around the revolutionary impact of AI, but it is to say that the one thing we know for certain is that we live in economies which innovate or die. And so innovation will always be a fact of our lives. We cannot stop innovation. However, having said that, I think that the focus of the discussion so far has been excellent because it's focused on the one thing that we can do, the one single thing we can do in order to allow us to deal with the pace of change and the potential impact of change. And that is an unrelenting focus on education. Because it is education that builds resilience, and it is resilience that allows us to embrace change. It is also better programs of social security, because it is social security that gives us the confidence to accept the fact that change is coming and that it will have a differential impact on groups at every income level. My next point would be that the response to this has to be at several levels. One is at the level of the individual. Each of us as individuals is scared of change because we can't predict it. And for those people who say, well, why can't we know what jobs are going to be created 10 years from now? Just because 10 years ago, we had no idea what job could be created today. So this is not a new phenomenon. It's just the pace of change that has come along so strongly. I particularly like the impact that Felipe gave on the risks of mental health, because mental health issues, either at an individual level or at a broader social level, prevent us from developing the confidence to have the resilience to change. And we become overwhelmed by it with consequences that we all understand. So we need to understand that the impact of this change is at every level, not just among young people, but especially among young people, is deeply troublesome and disruptive. So it's at the individual level that we need to be able to respond. It's also at the local level that we need to insist on response. Our schools must become more adaptive. Our teachers must be more willing to accept change. Our school boards must be willing to accept change. Our local governments have to accept change. Our state, regional, provincial levels of government have to accept change. Our national governments have to take full responsibility. Most of the protections that are in place will come at the national level. The legal regulatory structure will not be global for a while to come. It will be national. So we need to strengthen what we do at the national level, and we need to share what we do. We are introducing legislation in Canada, which will, I expect, borrow from those countries that have already begun to create a legal structure. And that is going to be essential. And at the global level of governance, of course, we face a gap. So we need to deal directly with that gap. But I would argue that we should not wait around to wait for perfection at the international level, because developing a comprehensive, universal, understandable regulatory structure globally will probably never come because it's too complicated. So then we have to rely on other mechanisms to adapt. And my final point is that as positive as many of the features of AR would seem to me definitely are, in terms of the ability to simplify and get through a lot of very boring tasks. And my children never learned how to do the necessary maths that I had to struggle with even before the age of the slide rule. And now everybody has a calculator, so everything's fine. And now we have even more advanced methods of calculation. But what we need to understand is that for certain, the impact of this technology will benefit those countries that are already advanced. And we cannot allow an algorithmic multiplication factor to be introduced into the gap between the rich and the poor. We have to understand that the need for us to increase the methods of achieving solidarity in this critical area of change in our societies is more important than ever. And we are at a time point where we know what these gaps cost. We see them every day in our debates here in the United Nations. And it is a source of global shame that we're not able to close these gaps more quickly. But the digital gap can either allow everyone to benefit from the impact of this new technology, or it will lead to greater impoverishment and greater divides between those that are doing well and those that are doing less well.
I thank Bob. Switch off your mic, please. I thank the distinguished representative of Canada, and I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia, who will be followed by representative of Spain. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the permanent representative of Chile to the United Nations. Paula, thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you also to the government of Chile, the UNDP, ECLAC, for the organization of this meeting.
Teniendo en cuenta este exitoso evento, una estrategia de generación de
Given
empleo que pretenda
that we are holding this event, we need a strategy so that we can benefit as much as possible from the digital economy. And for that, we need a differentiated approach so that the necessary capacity to manage this technology is available for rural people, those who risk-facing vulnerabilities such as women and indigenous peoples. Digital transformation of the economy also poses risks deepening inequality and worsening existing divides for older persons, for example. These changes are also a challenge. We must adopt effective public policy, which contributes to the enjoyment of human rights. The policies that we develop must be focused on inclusion, bringing together different interest groups and actors, on indigenous peoples and local communities. Programs that use digital platforms must also be accompanied with guarantees, with safeguards, respect for the knowledge and traditional practices of indigenous people. We must also guarantee that literacy programs and programs for digital literacy are adapted and are inclusive, and that allow for traditional languages to be used, as well as traditional knowledges, the 5,000 cultures that exist around the world. We're around 4,900 indigenous cultures around the world. The Global Digital Compact gives us a unique opportunity to address these problems through strengthening cooperation in the digital sphere. The digital economy must therefore become a viable solution, allowing for developing countries to create jobs and improve their productivity, while guaranteeing the whole time universal access to the internet, respect for human rights online as well, and data protection too. The safe, ethical, safe and responsible use of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia, and I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain, who will be followed by Pakistan. Spain, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Como es la primera vez que tomo la palabra.
Thank you very much. As it's the first time I'm taking the floor, I'd like to begin by thanking the government of Chile and ECLAC for hosting this meeting, and also for choosing the topic for this meeting. As has been made clear, AI and digital technologies are changing people's jobs and also changing labor relations as well. We agree with the director of the ITU in that connectivity is a necessary condition to ensure not just social cohesion, but also territorial cohesion. Spain has been striving to ensure 100% broadband coverage throughout our country, and we've also been working with UNICEF and the ITU to ensure that all of our schools have high-quality internet coverage as well. We've heard how important it is for education to be part and parcel of these processes as well. We would like to mention some initiatives that we have adopted in terms of strengthening digital capacities and adapting businesses to the new horizon. We have done our best to close the digital gap that exists in our society. In 2021, we adopted a Charter of Digital Rights and a reform of the Workers' Statute that amended provisions with regard to citizens' rights on digital platforms. We've also looked at how algorithms have an influence on decisions that are made, important decisions that are made in the world of work, and how businesses use algorithms to take decisions when no humans are involved in the process. That is something that we have been looking at regulating. we have made significant strides forward in terms of digital rights. We need to ensure that AI is used responsibly in the business domain. Small and medium-sized enterprises also need to be part of this effort. It's not just something that can be dominated by the large corporations. We have developed a strategy. We have rolled out a unit for support. We have modernized the financial architecture, and we have a law on startups that facilitates the responsible use of AI. Finally, I would just like to stress the importance of multilingualism, as some of the panelists said. This is something that we think is critical. The Pact for the Future needs to incorporate the social dimension of digital technologies. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Spain, and I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan, who will be followed by representative of Côte d'Ivoire. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Let me, at the outset, thank our distinguished panelists for their enlightening and thought-provoking discussion on a relatively new area of discussion that generally we do not discuss the role of emerging technologies and the role of artificial intelligence, how it will impact our work, our lives in general. This discussion leads us to many interesting arguments and perhaps many unanswered questions. And therefore, my delegation would like to request the panelists to share their views on the following. We often discuss the impact of digital divide and the causes of what caused the digital divide. And we know where we are in terms of how there is a widening gap between the developed and the developing countries. Can artificial intelligence bridge that gap, and how that would be made possible? This leads to the other area that where we would like to seek the views of the panelists. We know that emerging technologies are a great enabler for persons with disabilities. They offer greater access. We very often talk about that they will offer access, but usually when new platforms and new emerging technologies emerge, the question of access is not inbuilt in the design of these new emerging technologies. What steps needed to be taken to ensure that all emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, is accessible and is inclusive for persons with disabilities? And lastly, we often talk about regulation of artificial intelligence, and there are some countries, as has been highlighted here as well, which have artificial intelligence policies. We generally think that at this stage, international regulation or standardization is not possible. But in my delegation's view, this could be the other way around. On other issues, for example, on human rights, on other labor standards, we came up with maybe the least common denominator, the basic standards, the basic principles, the ethical values that needs to be inbuilt for those policies and strategies, be it human rights, be it labor standards and other aspects. Those were evolved by the international community, and slowly and gradually countries starting emulating them in their policies and strategies and came up with standardization. I think the similar path could be followed for artificial intelligence as well. We need to agree on maybe the least common denominators in terms of certain standardization, because it's extremely important at this stage. If we do not do that, this will create room for those and those actions
that may harm human rights, our right to privacy, our even employment standards, and make us compromises in terms of our protection needs and other aspects of life. I would like to request the panelists to shed their light on also, is there a possibility to agree on basic common standards in terms of regulation of artificial intelligence and how it would impact the job market? Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Côte d'Ivoire, to be followed by the distinguished representative of Uruguay. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'd like to thank the president of ECOSOC, Ambassador Paola, for taking this initiative. I'd also like to thank the government of Chile and ECLAC for organizing this meeting. It comes at a timely point on the future of work. I've enjoyed the fruitful discussions that we've been having since this morning. The question of AI is, for us developing countries, a real source of concern. While these new technologies do offer opportunities for our states, it goes without saying that they also pose real challenges. Indeed, at a time when our developing countries are facing different development-related challenges, then we must also face these new challenges and the burgeoning AI. I have two questions to the main panelists, the main speakers. Given the central role played by Amazon, Google, IBM, etc., in many economic sectors today, and there's an absence of any international regulation of this, do you not fear economic domination? Do you not fear that these become dominant and they will then define and create the rules of the game? My second question has also been referred to by the Ambassador of Canada. This relates to inequality and the inequality that these new technologies could create between states. With this increase in AI and in the context of the current digital economic situation and the digital divide that exists at the moment, do you not fear that these new technologies further accelerate inequalities between states too? Thank you very much.
The representative of Côte d'Ivoire, I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay, to be followed by the distinguished representative of Senegal. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have to say this has been a very interesting and rich debate. It clearly shows the challenges that we're facing by the use of digital technologies and AI, both for economic development and also for the future of work. I think there are two main areas of work that we need to think about. First of all, of course, ensuring that workers have the requisite skills, particularly those who don't have much training, and also establish mechanisms for lifelong learning and training as well. And on the other hand, we also need to provide new generations with appropriate training in these technologies. In my country, since 2007, we have had a program that allows young people and children to become familiarized with digital technologies. Each child is provided with a computer at school, and this means that they can develop these skills very quickly. I think this shows that a small gesture that can be done to facilitate digital inclusion for all people and to get rid of internal gaps that exist. In terms of gaps, not just within countries, but between countries. Now, I'm talking from the perspective of a country that has some development in this domain. We nevertheless need to beef up our cooperation with other countries. Of course, some countries have very complex systems in place. Some countries are highly developed in the digital sphere. And now we've got the arrival of AI. But some other countries are in a sort of intermediate stage. Perhaps some countries may have a degree of digital familiarity, if you like, but they also need to be assisted, and cooperation with the highly developed countries is therefore of paramount importance. I think that kind of cooperation perhaps hasn't been mentioned very much, but that's, I think, is something that we can look to strengthen so that we can learn from other countries at the same time, and that can be of assistance to those states who wish to develop their legislation and policies further. So I just wanted to underscore that issue and the importance of developing cooperation between states. We shouldn't overlook that. At the beginning of the meeting, one of the briefers, I think it was the ASG, at the end, mentioned an appeal from a young Chilean girl. The idea was that this kind of meeting could provide a young girl like her with hope, and in the form of concrete action that we are taking. And I think that not just in this meeting, but I think as we look towards September and the Summit of the Future that will be convened in September, I think that is the real challenge for us, to come up with these specific actions. It's all very well to talk about these problems, but what are we doing in terms of concrete, applicable measures? So I think we need to try to look beyond the sort of bureaucratic agenda that we may have and think about what tangible measures we can take as we look towards the September summit. It may not be much at this stage, but at least something that we can take forward. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay, and I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal, to be followed by Turkey. Senegal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you, President. At the outset, I want to underscore the rapid change in the world, in the labour market, alongside the emergence of technology and new skills. And unfortunately, the global south is often deprived of these things, or indeed they don't have enough of it. Here, I think it'd be important to note that only 2 countries have the majority of the wealth in the digital economy, with a few digital platforms. And those countries alone are only 75% of patents for blockchain technology, 50% of spending on the Internet of Things, more than 75% of markets for cloud services, and no less than 90% of market capital of the 70 leading digital platforms in the world. Another fact is that emerging technology are indissociable from energy issues. And as we know, the majority of the population of the world does not have access to the internet. So a critical mass is living without electricity. For example, in Africa, the internet coverage is only 36% when compared with the global rate of 62%. And that underscores a vast digital divide. So this is why that we believe that we must ensure that digital technology and emerging technologies, particularly digital and AI, while we do promote, of course, decent work, we just avoid job losses. And here, we believe that there is a resolution on AI that is currently being negotiated in New York. And we think that this draft resolution, but also the future digital compact, which will be annexed to the compact for the future, must mobilize our efforts to support decent work so that we can develop these countries and create jobs at the same time. We also believe that sharing experience and technologies from developed countries to assist developing countries will have a very productive impact for the availability of decent jobs. By way of illustration, I will talk about my country briefly, Senegal. We created a data center which aims to foster the inclusion into digital economy of more than 4,000 businesses and the creation of more than 15,000 jobs. This will be strengthened by digital economy park, which will be soon concluded. And there's also various technology incubators that have been set up specifically for important sectors for Senegal. Innovation, that is, transformation, entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship, agriculture to health and energy, amongst others. So around 400 businesses have been created and 22,000 women have been trained for this. I'd like to conclude by proposing that focus be placed on education and training in order to support the scientific wealth and technology and innovation, but also to prepare we the developing countries, for the jobs of the future. Thank you very much. I thank the distinguished representative of Senegal.
And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey to be followed by representative of Nepal. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a transformative power of emerging technologies that we cannot deny in shaping the labor markets worldwide. There needs to be a delicate balance between the benefits of technology and its adverse effects on certain segments of the workforce. I would like to touch upon the positive aspects of emerging technologies in supporting inclusive labor markets and what Turkey has done so far. A few examples from my country. We have experienced significant growth in the technology sector, creating high-skilled jobs in areas such as software development and artificial intelligence. The rise of e-commerce in Turkey has been providing opportunities for entrepreneurs and small businesses in Turkey. We have been implementing digital inclusion programs to bridge the digital divide, such as providing affordable internet access and distributing digital devices to underserved communities. We have been introducing policies to support flexible working arrangements, including investments in digital infrastructure, promoting remote work opportunities. And Turkey has invested in skills development programs aligned with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and digital marketing. And we have prioritized gender diversity in technology, encouraging women to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and supporting women-led tech startups to create an inclusive labor market within the technology sector. Also, the public and private sectors also closely cooperate to harness emerging technologies. We have been implementing programs to enhance digital literacy across various age groups. And Turkey is committed to leveraging emerging technologies for inclusive economic growth to benefit from the opportunities presented by technological advancement. And Turkey has integrated entrepreneurship education into various educational levels. Vocational training programs has also a focus on innovation and business skills. Closing the digital divide is an imperative step towards creating a more equitable world. It's a pathway to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Turkey supports these developed countries through UN Technology Bank for LDCs based in Turkey. The young but important UN agencies implement projects in LDCs to close the digital divide between between the LDCs and the rest of the world. As the Summit of Future is on the horizon, we should use the summit as an opportunity to build a future where technology serves as a force for inclusive economic growth and enables that no one is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal, to be followed by representative of Peru, Nepal.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. First of all, I would like to thank the speakers and the panelists for their highly interesting and enlightening remarks. Today, we heard a lot about the challenges brought into the labor market by digitalization, AI, and as well as we also heard about measures to address them. We can see that due to the AI and digitalization, job growth will be more concentrated in some high-skilled jobs, particularly in STEM fields, while middle and low-skilled jobs will decline. And this is where the countries like Nepal face extremely tough times. Now, considering the widening digital divide, I would like to put forth questions to the panelists. Is the labor market being impacted rapidly, or does the pace and scale of impact suggest any predictability? And second is, how do you see the developing countries have been navigating this challenge? I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru, to be followed by the distinguished representative of Russian Federation. Peru, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, as has already been said, the use of artificial intelligence entails a range of challenges, including gaps in accessing jobs. Workers will have to develop or strengthen their skills in the use of AI with the ultimate goal of ensuring that they can be employable in the new labor market. It may be necessary to carry out reforms to the educational sector so that this gap doesn't have a negative impact on new generations, future generations. In Peru, Law 31814 promotes the use of AI to promote social and economic development. And the ultimate goal is to promote the use of AI in the context of the national digital policy, giving priority to human rights and putting people at the heart of the process to foster economic and social development in the country. In this context, we must ensure that the use of AI increases people's living standards and, in so doing, accelerates economic growth and brings about greater wealth that can be redistributed and can improve the production of goods and services. We should not overlook the risks that are posed by AI in terms of people's rights. There is an immense task that has to be overcome. And this relates to what Filippo was saying earlier, and I think you really hit the nail on the head with what you were saying earlier in terms of what you said about emotional health and well-being as well. There are many risks here. And there are many different disciplines that have to be involved because there are dangers that are clear if we adopt AI, as well as opportunities. We must look at the harm that can be caused by these products. Now, as we know, the UN is supposed to uphold human rights, and the ultimate goal here and the idea is that everybody can become what anyone wants to be and have their rights upheld at all times. We must ensure that AI does not break that pact. We must ensure that AI puts people at the heart of the process. We're in favor of change when it's positive, but we must ensure that we govern this change. It can't go out of our control. We have to make sure that this is positive change for all of our citizens. Our country's Council of Ministers and our government have been working on regulating the AI through the aforementioned law. The idea is to govern the future labor market appropriately to ensure that the opportunities brought about by AI are not undermined by the risks that it can pose to people's rights. Of course, AI can provide huge opportunities in terms of increasing productivity and thus increasing economic wealth. We recognize the importance of fully tapping into the potential offered by AI and to harness these opportunities to benefit everybody. We are committed to trying to roll out the appropriate standards and regulations to do so. But we must be mindful of the fact that this technological development poses dangers. It must be pro homine, it must be used for the benefit of all people. And there is a real danger that that will not be the case if we don't roll out the appropriate policies at the national level. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Peru. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Russian Federation, and then we will have the distinguished representative of Poland. Russia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tarek Khaled, representative of Tunisia to the United Nations. Aysen Echeverri, Minister of Technology of Chile. Alejandra Ortris, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. Colleagues, we're delighted to participate in ECOSOC discussions on the response of national labour markets to changes linked to digitalisation. We support the important observations made by ASG on youth. As we understand, they are based on his valuable professional experience. And we believe that we shouldn't be afraid of technology. The process of digitalization, in our view, could lead to structural unemployment, but only in the short term, because in the long term, there will be, of course, a reconstruction of the system for training for staff. But what is needed for this? Firstly, a contribution on the part of the worker themselves. In the long term, planning for the professional career path is important. They also need to be able to adapt to existing circumstances and to be active on the labour market and follow very closely how much in demand they are. Secondly, there will be a lot that will depend on the social and responsible behaviour of top management of the companies. The representative of Côte d'Ivoire mentioned this, as well as our colleague from Spain. It's no secret, for example, that in trying to increase their competitiveness and take a stand in promising markets, large-scale companies have already carried out mass layoffs, tens of thousands in one alone, in order to refocus investment on more cutting-edge areas. Thirdly, the state needs to expand education programs, and basically everyone has mentioned this today, both training from zero, but also for continuous professional development, informing and consulting workers before the implementation of new digital technologies are implemented on a national level. Also adapting the legal basis. For example, in Russia, we've already reformed labor legislation in terms of defining remote work. There's also a question of expanding types and forms of support available. This could be perhaps a flexible system for accrual and payment of benefits for those working and those without work, as well as diverse options for short-term work that go beyond simply professional training, retraining, and also the creating of the conditions necessary for remote work. At the same time, we understand this is not possible without the use of modern digital technologies for big data, to process big data and take management decisions, particularly including machine modeling. Thus, financial support from states is required. Education or retraining and paid for them by sales could also be a problem for workers and employers, particularly in poorer countries. Here, the state policy is important, particularly to get the benefits from digitalization, and a role here can be played by trade unions and employees. Unions understand workers' problems better. The second category, employers, they understand their requirements, and this allows for a balance of interest to be struck, defending workers, protecting workers, but also not undermining technological progress. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Russia. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland to be followed by Paraguay. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't really have the statement written. I just want to ask the question that really comes to me while listening to our panelists, and I just want to answer and address them to all of them, which is the question of, that was briefly mentioned by some of our colleagues in the discussion, the question of the ethics of this process, and especially the building up the artificial intelligence, no? Because we all concentrate ourselves on the skills, on the standards, utility of the whole artificial intelligence and these new technologies. But surely, sooner or later, it will be confronted also with the ethical questions. As I understand from what I read, Mr. Paulier is a medical doctor by the profession. So, of course, the important part of the preparation for this job is not only the skills, but also the ethics, the moral dimension of the work. So if the artificial intelligence is supposed to play such an important role in our future work, it has to be somehow built on a kind of common ethical values or ethical dimension. And so apart from agreeing on a question of technology, do we actually discuss the question of how to agree on the ethical and moral standards of the AI? And should it be, is it the question like in Chile, Madam Minister, or is it really been discussed? I know there was a question somehow very, maybe you find it funny, but it was a problem of programming the autonomous cars. Autonomous cars is confronted with the ethics because when it finds the like a person lying on the road, it has to make a decision whether it should run over this person or should avoid running over the person, but then endangering the passengers to be somehow have an accident. So in every moment of our also kind of artificial technology can be confronted with the ethical questions. So, and we do it in our professional work every day. So my question to the panelists is it any somehow being the part of the discussions of today? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Paraguay to be followed by distinguished representative of Kenya. Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank the President of ECOSOC, Ambassador Narvaez, and the government of Chile for organizing this meeting and for their hospitality. I'd also like to thank the briefers for touching on various important aspects of the effects of the development of AI. There are some concerning aspects. The representative of the ILO and the ITU have said that in the future, 40% of jobs could be directly affected by AI, and many of these jobs could simply disappear. I would just like to ask a few questions of the panelists, if they could give me their view. What do you think governments should do to gear their policies best to this future and to mitigate the negative effects of AI to help the most vulnerable people who are likely to be affected by these technologies? Secondly, what role could be played by the private sector in this task? Lastly, as has been said, regulations need to be put in place for AI. Do you think you could provide us with more details about what kinds of regulations and standards you think could be applied to ensure that AI is used ethically and responsibly, bearing in mind, of course, it is always rapidly evolving. It seems to be evolving at an ever quicker pace. We need to make sure that our policies are up to date, but it's difficult to do so given how quickly the technology is evolving. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Paraguay, and I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya, to be followed by representative of Slovenia. Kenya, you have the floor.
I thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And since this is my first time to take the floor, I'd like to thank Ambassador Paula of Chile for putting together this very important meeting, and of course to the government of Chile for their great hospitality, and the speakers and panelists who have spoken here this afternoon. Indeed, the issue of the emerging technologies, we all know, we have heard there are great opportunities and there are also challenges. And we've also heard from the panelists that there's a divide between the developing countries and also the developed countries. But that said, we believe that governments have a huge role to play, especially with regard to governance and also in setting the standards and norms, even in terms of the cooperation. The standards are indispensable, especially we've listened here and heard the kind of the opportunities and challenges, but at the same time, we have heard the highlights around mental health and of course the loss of jobs, which we know do impact on not just countries' economies, but also on individuals and families. Within that context, I'd like to share here what Kenya has done in the context of recognizing the importance of responding to the emerging technologies and how the country's economy leverages on those opportunities. We have also carried out investments on the infrastructure. We know and have realized that investment in infrastructure is very expensive, and this is one of the areas that I would like to ask that question that the director of ITU referred to in terms of increasing support to low-income countries in the different areas of infrastructure, legal frameworks, legal and policy frameworks, as well as in skills development. How can we do this? We have heard that we need to come up with actionable, tangible components, outcomes in this regard. I would also like to quickly mention here that in Kenya, we're implementing policies that support innovation, education, and workforce training to contribute to a smoother transition, because in order to ensure that we don't have jobs that are being lost, and at the same time we reskill people. We therefore have vocational training programs that have been designed to equip groups and also individuals with the skills that are demanded by the evolving job market. That's through vocational training. We are also putting in infrastructure in the form of digital hubs throughout the country. Right now, there's an estimated 20,000 that will be expanded within the country, as well as innovation hubs that are specifically targeting the youth. We are also doing a lot of work with the private sector. There was a question that was raised here regarding the likes of Google, Amazon. How can governments work very closely with the private sector? Because we know the private sector is really the one that is avant-garde in terms of the various innovations that are emerging technologies and in their implementation. I would then like to ask another additional question in terms of how can, because we have talked about partnerships here, how can partnerships between countries, and I will say quote unquote, that are ahead in emerging technologies, such as AI, and countries that are lagging behind, ensure that, again, lagging behind is quote unquote, ensure that emerging technologies increase the opportunities and inclusivity in the labor market. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kenya. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovenia, to be followed by distinguished representative of Sweden. Bastian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to thank the government of Chile, Ambassador Paula Navarez, the president of ECOSOC and ECLAC for kindly hosting us. I have a question for the panelists, somewhat in line of the ambassador of Uruguay had before. So my question is, in what way or what new creative, perhaps more additional ways than existing ones can public policies and private sector support youth in accessing meaningful employment, address the digital divide and also the skills mismatch? You know, as a general principle of private sector is, you know, why should we be changing if it's not profitable? You know, how to induce the positive change in this respect? Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Slovenia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sweden. Anna Karin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Tarek, and thanks for leading this very interesting discussion, and also my gratitude and appreciation to the rest of the panel members for giving us such a good ground to stand on in this discussion. I cannot avoid, because I already mentioned the Global Digital Compact in my introductory remarks during the previous discussion, but given what I've heard from many colleagues, and especially from Colombia and Senegal, I just wanted to reiterate again, because we've heard so many things about the positive aspects of digitalization, but also the risks with digitalization. My main concern is, and main risk with digitalization is that we do not seize the opportunity that we have right now when it comes to agreeing on and pushing for commitments, investment in developing countries, especially the low-income countries, increase the capacity, including on artificial intelligence, that we now have through the Global Digital Compact. And my fear is, and I agree here with Bob, is that if we don't seize that opportunity, we will not only not bridge the digital divide, but we will increase and widen the inequalities in the world. So I'm bringing this up, and I am one of the co-facilitators, but I'm bringing this up in order to encourage everyone to engage constructively in this discussion, because it's not only important for this discussion on decent work, but for a broad range of areas, not least when it comes to the developing countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anna Karin, for your contribution. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to add my voice to the issue of trust, right? And in the work environment that is in the employment sector, the workforce, and how the emerging technologies would impact the trust of workers. You know, one of the first responses to transformative technologies or digitalization is, okay, how can we trust this evolving technology, emerging technologies? So for instance, what are the relevant international regulatory bodies doing to promote trust of workers in these emerging technologies? And also with 16% of the world population falling between the ages of 15 and 24, and 60% of which I think youth population is in Africa. We have 60% of Africans in the younger population. So, and we also have 25% of the world population under 15 years of age. This, by the time we get to the 2030 SDG goals, they would also be in the world, in the labor market. So I'd also like to ask, are there practical global efforts in place right now? Or are there other practical efforts being considered, to engage young people more in work-related decision-making and implementation, especially in this rapidly evolving digitalization and emerging technologies such as the AI? That is what I would like to know. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nigeria. And we move now to some contributions from the representatives of civil society. And I start by the distinguished representative of NGO Major Group. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rosario Diaz Garavito. I'm the LATAM organizing partner of the NGO Mayor Group and founder and executive director of an organization called the Millennials Movement. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and our gratitude to the presidency for giving us the floor and intervene on this session. I am glad to speak on behalf of the NGO Mayor Group, which brings together many thousands of groups working around the world on sustainable development. This session that gathered us to discuss about the future of works offers a chance to build a vision, but especially drive political will and action for the well-being of the present and coming generations. From an intergenerational approach and to ensure all age demographics are equally valuable. Heterogeneous groups with different needs and experiences are recognized, visibilized, and taken into account as active agents for transformation. For the future of work, we need to ensure that younger generations today are endowed with the skills to create a just and inclusive transition. But also, the present generations need to step forward now as agents, as participants, as leaders of the future of work. No actor should be tokenized on this process. We ask for a voice and a collaborative approach for decision-making for this future that we all envision. As things stand now, humanity is consuming equivalent of 1.75 Earths, whereas the real carrying capacity is about 0.5 times current consumption levels of Earth. So we must massively shift our economic model to a circular economy for the survival of humanity, and with this ensure the creation of jobs that provide decent income for people worldwide, and to help us to face this transition and the pandemic challenges that we still face. Technology in this regards and AI needs to galvanize this process without jeopardizing labor rights, especially in the global South economies and under the premise of the respect of human rights. Considering here today, we are in this region where I come from, I would like to call member states for coherence in this transition. So economic progress on the global north does not represent does represent the same on the global south. And we need to enhance the agency of the countries and economies of the global south to lead their economic development and ensure the future of work is also reflected in the life of everyone and everywhere. Finally, this process needs to support the advancements on the SDGs and the 2030 agenda and be a key point for the Summit of the Future. We need to also rely on some documents, such as the Global Sustainable Development Report, that offer us opportunities and new approaches to look for this transition and ensure that the future of work is the future of everyone, everywhere, and is a driving force to change our lives. Count with us, with civil society, for this transformation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Major Group on Children and Youth. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Her Excellency, ECOSOC President, ambassadors of the parties, United Nations and Chilean authorities. Much has been said today that the ongoing global crisis continue to exacerbate the challenges in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in ensuring decent work for all. On behalf of the major group for children and youth, we cannot miss this opportunity to stress that youth, representing a significant portion of the global workforce, face unprecedented levels of unemployment and underemployment. And to give some background data, as 2022, youth, which are aged between 15 and 24, constitute approximately 21% of the global working age population, but less than 13% of total employment. Youth unemployment rates are alarmingly high, with a world average of 13.3% versus 3.9% for adults. A significant portion of youth employment is in the informal sector, lacking social and legal protection, often at high risk for their health and well-being. Since 2019, the number of informal workers has been risen by more than 120 million, bringing to a total of over 2 billion in 2023, which is the highest level in 2 decades. Youth are also more likely to be in poor quality jobs. They are, for example, twice as likely as adult workers to live in extreme poverty, that is, on less than $1.9 US dollars per day in purchasing power parity terms. So emergency technology represents a risk and an opportunity for gaps of meaningful and decent jobs for youth, while addressing other sustainable development challenges to be systematically addressed. On the one hand, a risk of this technology is who owns it and who can access it, especially in case of general artificial intelligence, can guide it on a positive or negative path. On the other hand, it can be a great opportunity to create decent and inclusive jobs if we create the right enabling environment for all young people to earn a dignified living. Youth employment in the digital economy is characterized by a relatively large share of skilled workers with concomitant high levels of education. The COVID-19 crisis reinforced this trend, presumably because less skilled or young workers were more likely to lose their jobs. At the macro level, the digital economy provides a good return on investment, and the quality of jobs there is relatively high. At the same time, significant challenges remain, notably when it comes to ensuring that all young people have equal opportunities to access digital employment. And in many low and middle income countries, internet connectivity is still a problem, especially in rural areas. The extension of broadband access to rural areas requires time and substantial investment. Nevertheless, where such efforts have been made, they have proved to be cost effective. The modeling suggests that achieving universal broadband coverage by 2030 could lead to a net increase of employment of 24 million new jobs worldwide, of which 6.4 million would be taken by young people. We need to create strong legislation to protect the workers, giving them a salary that provides them with the means to live with dignity and in workplaces that protect their safety, health, and well-being. With universal healthcare and retirement plans that will allow the workers for a prospect of welfare and even happiness when reaching the senior age. For this, as other fellow speakers have stressed before, we also need proactive reforms in our education efforts, as education is one of the biggest debt of the global South state with people and key for creating resilience. We need to design an action plan that outlines a route to improve education in all global South, taking the most vulnerable population into account, women, LGBTQA+ community, BIPOC, and others. But this is not possible without cooperation. The global North, the global South, and South-South, when the knowledge needs to be widely shared to be of a better use of the always limited resources. Universities and governments, and also private sector and civil society should cooperate instead of competing. With all the above, what mechanism of educational collaboration in technical and university training will be enhanced in the Global South, taking into account initiatives such as Erasmus and Erasmus Plus that are in place in Europe? Could Asia, Africa, and the Americas do something alike? Or even an intercontinental effort to share knowledge and know-how? All the international system needs to work on and have universal and quality education for all children and youth without any type of discrimination, connecting this education with work opportunities for the future, as in many global South countries, youth is living without prospects on a future built on education and work, with exposure to likelihood of looking to crime as attractive and easier activity to generate income. To close, we invite parties to ask yourselves, are we the good employer that we say the private sector needs to be? Are we giving the teachers the resources they all deserve? So we expect to have an education system that responds to the tech revolution with innovation. Member states need to be the good employer to have the moral ground to demand the private sector and the whole society to do the same. So I thank you for your time.
I thank you for your contribution, and now I give the floor to another representative of civil society, distinguished representative of major group on aging. You have the floor, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am, you cannot speak from there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I just want to say hi.
No problem.
Muchas gracias. Soy Marcela Bustamante de Helpage International.
Thank you very much. I work for the Latin and Caribbean region. I would like to contribute to this discussion by making a few comments which I hope will be borne in mind in the follow-up to these discussions by the governments here in the room. Work tomorrow must be envisaged also for the older strata of the population. We can't ignore the fact that we have an aging population. The Latin America and Caribbean region is an aging population. 1.4 billion people will be in an older category by 2030. Thus, within the framework of our discussions here, we must wonder what type of decent work do we want to provide for the future? And we can't leave older persons out of this. So how can we involve them in these discussions? On AI, for example, how can we take them into account? In our work, how can we ensure that they are actors for development and for change? Because these people will still be here and omnipresent in the future. Thank you very much.
Very much for your contribution. We have heard from the last speaker on my list. I now invite the moderator, Mr. Kirkpatrick, to facilitate brief key takeaways and answers or further comments from each of the panelists, and to make his own closing remarks. Moderator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to attempt to just quickly summarize the comments that were made by the distinguished representatives in the room today, where questions were specifically addressed to the panelists for follow-up. There was, and this is notes to all of our panelists, to please take notes, because I'm going to then turn to you and ask you to address these. One, is there an opportunity to develop standards of regulations at the global level versus starting by simply looking country by country before turning to the need for a global approach? What role should ethics play? What role do ethics play today in the development of artificial intelligence? How should we counter the risk of economic domination? What should governments do to protect the vulnerable from artificial intelligence, and what role could private sector play here? What kinds of regulations are applicable given the speed at which this technology is evolving? Do we so far see any evidence of predictability in the way that artificial intelligence is already affecting labor markets? And in particular, what are you on this panel already seeing in developing economies? What examples are there of partnerships between developing economies and countries that are leading in AI to ensure inclusivity within labor markets? And finally, how can public policy support youth in addressing the digital divide. I will now, I think, probably go in reverse order from what I did to start. So let me start here with Mr. Alex Mavuti.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll take on the first one, whereby we're looking at the opportunity to have standards at a global level. As one of the speakers said, it would be better to go with that option. So this needs to start from a national perspective, since we are to use a differentiated approach. Remember, we have the developing and the developed countries, and each country has different needs. Into this country, we have different population, and each population has different needs. So what you can do is start from a national level and then advance to having a conversation about having a global or rather global regulations on technological developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mavuti. And Mr. Polia, to you, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Hubo muchas preguntas.
Thank you very much. There were a lot of questions raised. And so I'm perhaps not the best person to respond to the most technical of them. But I'll try to summarize, nevertheless, what was said and provide some thoughts very briefly. Firstly, technological progress is a fact. You can't deny it. So that means that organizations, that institutions must provide concrete responses when faced with this progress. In the light of the interventions that we've heard, I can see that there's agreement on the role of multilateral organizations in a field that knows no borders. The impact of technology, of AI, of course, knows no borders. But so that we can act in a concrete way, these efforts can't just come from institutions or from public institutions in particular. I think that the efforts made under the aegis of the UN Secretary General, for example, the creation of the advisory group to come up with recommendations on artificial intelligence, is an example. It is a specific example. And this group is working on shows us how these organizations can offer a response, which should then, of course, take into account regional needs, national needs too, which are very different. But this discussion on institutional action and the response provided by organizations also brings us back to this idea of trust in these institutions. So here I do understand that we need to hear from young people more. My mandate specifically says that to make the voice of this group of young people heard. So we must involve them specifically in the discussion. The creation of an Office for Youth Affairs with the support of the 193 member states of the UN is a clear example of this, which shows on an institutional level that we can make progress. The current challenge is, of course, now then to know how, to this mandate adopted by countries, how can this be transformed into like a specific reality? So that's what we've been working on from the very beginning of my mandate, since the 1st of December last year. And in the case, I'd also like to underscore that as part of discussions on these consequences and the link between work and education is crucial. It's essential to see education as an instrument to acquire, of course, traditional skills, but also a tool for prevention, mental health, emotional well-being, the concerns of young people and adolescents. In other fields linked to health, we know that we need to prevent chronic non-communicable diseases. We know that this is a risk factor and there's a and we need to move for our health. We need to look after ourselves. And so here we can also insist on prevention for mental health and apply it to mental health and to well-being. So when we think about the consequences of artificial intelligence and the modification of the labor market, we must also bear that in mind. And not only taking a negative angle of it on it, but also think about what we can do for prevention. Finally, in terms of concrete actions that we can take. And the appeal from the young Chilean woman that I shared with you, and that was her point of view. So I think that the Summit of the Future, and in particular, the Pact for the Future, is an example of specific concrete action that will take into account all of these variables. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ASG Pollier. And finally, I'd like to give the floor to Her Excellency Aysen Echeverry.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to say, I think, touches on a lot of the questions that were raised. One of the representatives, I think, Canada, said innovate or die. And I think we can certainly agree with that. But I think that this requires a lot more from us. We've heard about the importance of allowing people to understand how to use the internet. But we've seen that there has been a digital gap that has emerged as a result of unequal access to the internet and the fact that some people are much more familiar with how to use the internet than others. What is needed to overcome that gap is to invest in infrastructure and to infrastructure in people's connectivity and greater upskilling. It's not rocket science. That's what is required. And that is something that has to be done within countries. And I'm not reinventing the wheel by saying that. We all know that. I think the same can be applied with even newer technologies. We have cooperation at the regional level. For instance, in Latin America, there is cooperation between countries. And when it comes to AI, we have adopted a declaration on common principles in our region, on common principles and guidelines on how to use AI. So that's an example of the kind of cooperation that can exist between countries and can help us to look at how these multilateral solutions can potentially emerge. But of course, we also have to look at the local context as well. So it is possible, it can be done. Of course, whether or not cooperation can really come to fruition when it's most required is perhaps a different question. I think we can't forget what happened when the internet was rolled out in our countries. The internet has been a major source of progress, but it has also led to some divisions. We've seen that it hasn't been entirely positive. So it depends on what we do. We have the power to govern these things, and we can learn from our past experiences and ensure that the future can be as positive as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And again, thanks to all of our brilliant and inspiring panelists. With that, I now return the floor to our chair.
Thank you very much for skillfully guiding the discussion. I also thank the distinguished panelists for their insightful contribution and for their answers and further comments. And I also thank delegations for participating in a productive exchange of view. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and guests, I thank you all for participating in an engaging discussion. With that, we have come to the end of the first day of discussions. The Council will convene tomorrow at 9:40 a.m. to hold a roundtable discussion on shaping a future of decent work and social protection for all. This will be preceded at 9 a.m. by a ceremony to commemorate the 75th anniversary of ECLAC. Before we adjourn, I invite participants together at 6 p.m. for a group picture. Please proceed down the spiral stairs to the first floor, the same direction that you went for lunch. Then go straight to the garden between the two buildings. The picture will be taken at the concrete stairs in the garden. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you. It was an honor having you.
Thank you, Tarek.
Thank you, Paul.
Good. I couldn't stay all the session.